They never came back. Just somewhere else.
It was, I thought that, but then OCM was off the latest agenda.
Okay,
Need some.
Are you in dinner?
okay, welcome to the April 24th, 2025 meeting of the Business Affairs and License Committee. My name is Anton Malmer. I'm the chair of the committee. Tonight, we are joined by District Manager Jesus Perez and Community Coordinator Ryan Lafferty. This meeting is called to order at 6:33 p.m. As a reminder, New York State law requires all committee members who are not able to attend the meeting in person to have their cameras on and their first and last names displayed from the time the meeting is called to order until the time the meeting is adjourned. Members of the public who are attending virtually, you can raise any question or comments that you have through the Q&A feature of Zoom. Members of the public who are here in person, you can raise any questions you have by raising your hand. There's time following the committee's discussion. We will field questions from the public. Sarah Whittington has volunteered to take minutes tonight. Thank you,
Oh.
Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah.
Thank you, right.
We will take attendance by roll call. Ryan Lafferty will conduct the roll call.
Thanks, Anton. Committee members, I'll call your name. When your name is called, please say present. I will announce if there is quorum. Paige Judge.
Present.
Thank you. John Keller.
Present.
Thank you. Anton Mullins.
Present.
Thank you. Ann Sullivan.
Present.
Thank you. Susan Steinberg. She's with us this evening. Sarah Whittington.
Present.
Thank you. Michael Ann Rudd.
Present.
Thank you. Justin Goldberg.
Present.
Thank you. David Lawrence. See you here. So we have 7 of 9 members present, so we have a quorum. And we'll background slide going.
Agenda for tonight's meeting was distributed ahead of time by the board office and is reflected on the screen before you. If there is no objection, we will adopt the agenda.
Can I
Members,
do the motion to amend it? Okay.
members of the committee, if you object to adopting the agenda, please raise your hand.
Give me the wrong.
Well, I was suggesting that we move the OCM issue up to the top, because we have the 2 cannabis shops that are close to the top as well. And I feel like if we wait to the end, because we have such a long list of resolutions, they get rushed. And I think it would be nice to talk about that off the top.
I thank you for your concern. I was going to announce that the discussion of the Cannabis Control Board change in the distance regulations be postponed to a special meeting that I'd like to call for May 13th. If members of the committee.
It's not this coming Monday, but the following.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, and if members of the committee are good with that, we get a quorum for May 13th. That's the day before the full board meeting.
Mhm.
We can discuss this more at length, something that, given the long
Yeah,
agenda we have today, it's better to be discussed in a
Yeah.
separate meeting.
right.
Yeah.
But my question is about, are we gonna be passing these resolutions for these 2 cannabis shops tonight? So we're not waiting until May 13th with that as well?
No,
Well,
that's-
we're
that's
not
okay.
gonna pass, we're gonna discuss
We're
them.
We're gonna discuss it.
Discuss.
And,
Okay.
but it's the last item, I think that, which is great because it's a lot to digest.
I didn't
Yeah, but I was talking about the 2 cannabis shops that were on.
You're
the
talking about
agenda.
just moving this to the top of.
Yeah, them too. Well, if we're gonna wait for the other stuff,
Discussion.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just feel like that would, anyway, we can discuss it when we do, but I guess like you're
Well,
saying.
what are you guys all here for? Is that what you're here for?
I'm here for say, Frenchies.
Uh-huh.
Lingerie.
Anybody here for Ken?
I'm waiting. Yes.
Let's start, alcohol, liquor license.
Cannabis?
Let me raise my hand. I'm for number 15. Way here.
All right, I think we can go through these dining applications, I hope fairly quickly. In fact, bundle a few of them because some of them also have alteration requests for the SLA.
Yeah,
And Jesus and I have gone through some draft resolutions, which will encompass both the dining out approval and the SLA no comment. That way, because these already have been approved
Yeah.
by this committee for full SLA licenses anyway.
What I'm saying is, I'm wondering if there are applicants, at least one applicant that's here tonight that already has an operational, or we approved a roadway cafe like in December. And I kind of feel like if we've already approved the roadway cafe and we have previously approved the liquor license and we don't have any complaints, I'd like to propose, and maybe this is something it's like we have to vote on as a resolution, but that those are sort of an automatic approval.
Yeah, well, go ahead and take a look at the DOT application. There may be some issues with the schematics or the way it's set up. And I think,
No, I'm saying if that's already been approved and then they're coming back for the liquor license, that liquor license for outdoor serving is automatically approved.
yes, I agree. This is something that we've discussed.
When we get to that part, we'll talk.
Okay,
All right, anyway. Do we have any objections to the agenda as amended? Okay, seeing no objections, let's go to tonight's. Okay, the minutes for the March 27, 25 meeting still being drafted and they're ready to be distributed to the committee. Okay, some ground rules. In order to conduct an efficient meeting, let's observe a few ground rules. No one may speak until granted the floor. Committee members who are here in person, if you have a question about a committee business or wish to make a motion, please raise your hand. I will identify you so you can speak. Committee members unable to attend in person, if you have a question about committee business, you may raise your hand through Zoom and I will identify you so you can speak. For all committee members, it's extremely important that only one person speak at a time so that members of the public watching at home can understand what is being said by each committee member. The chat function for committee members present via Zoom should not be used for committee business or questions about agenda topics. All such remarks should be made on the record by raising your hand through Zoom. Chat should only be used to alert us to any technical difficulties you are had or state in writing information like an email address that was already stated aloud on record during the meeting. Okay, that's the legalities. If any member of the public would like to make comments, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, go to the agenda. Dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe for a license for NFRF Enterprise Inc. doing business as Street Taco at 356 3rd Avenue. They're also item number 18. Asking for an alteration on premises liquor license for NFRF Enterprise Inc. doing business as Street Taco at 358 3rd Avenue. This is for a Sidewalk Cafe. Do you have their DOT application?
Yes.
Well, don't have the agenda first, I just have the.
It's.
All right, silence now. You hear it though, right? It's
Okay.
Schematic.
and I'm a bird.
If there are no objections to the DOT application, which seems to be pretty much following all the DOT rules in terms of sidewalk space. And I would recommend that we take a vote.
They should hear you now.
Alexis Bronson, do you wish to speak?
No, we have a speaker speaking for us today.
I'm
That's-
sorry.
that's-
Yeah, he's one of the applicants on the agenda.
Number 14.
Okay,
Yes.
hearing no comments from the public, any comments from committee members? I would like to propose that we,
The attendees?
begin.
Yes, there's a hand. Mr. Cohen?
Hi, I actually had raised my hand to talk about the cannabis issue, so assuming we are going to get to that and it's not going to be postponed until May 13th, I'll wait. Otherwise, I guess I'll wait till May 13th. I'm not really sure what the conclusion was there.
We'll get to items 13 and 14 in due course.
Okay. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Okay.
Well, I think he was talking about the ones that were postponing till Monday.
No, I think he was talking about the ones tonight, the shops.
Sure,
It's kind of close.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what he is. There was a lot of letters submitted.
Hi. Hi, my name is Fazia. I was the speaker to present for J1.
Not there yet. Are there any comments from the public on
Item number 1
item number 1,
and,
street taco?
and number 18. Street taco.
Yes, no.
There don't appear to be.
Okay. Hearing no comment from the public, are there any comments from the committee members? Okay.
Motion of those.
Well, in a general way, I'm not crazy about approving stuff when somebody hasn't come to a meeting. But I didn't see any, well, the only issue I saw was, that I didn't see schematics, but I didn't know if that was because it's an alteration.
It's,
Was that in the
it's number,
package?
yes, it's number 1. Street taco. They have,
Here.
Yeah, it's
But
already
I
been,
didn't,
they have 2 things. One
We already-
is the
for the side.
sidewalk, and then
Right.
they also the alteration, the SLA, and that's number 18.
But when I was looking at it today, it was before I was fried from looking at 30 of them.
yeah.
I made a comment, like, where are the schematics for the sidewalk cafe?
It
So
was in,
it was in the packaging and
Yes.
somehow I was already fried. But I also did notice that there was no outreach to the upstairs neighbors. That was a no on the questionnaire.
Street Taco's been there for years,
Mm,
and we've already
think we asked them.
approved their
mm.
original SLA application.
No, but again, I'm talking about like I said, I don't really have a problem.
Is somebody calling in there?
No, that was just.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we're-
I'd like to hear a motion to adopt a resolution of no objection for the
So moved.
SLA application and a motion of resolution recommending approval for the dining out sidewalk cafe.
Can they be combined or?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
1 and 18.
No, if it's
Second.
by unanimous consent?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to move this along.
So we have the combined resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license and an alteration to the existing liquor license for MFRF Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Street Taco at 358 Third Avenue. Whereas Mark Fox, Principal, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC and the liquor license application processes. For the DOT Dining Out NYC application, whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafes. Does the committee have any comments on the physical footprint, the pedestrian flow, or potential conflicts with existing curb use? No. Okay. So none for all of them. Where there were no modifications, so and then for the New York State Liquor Authority alteration, I'm just going to read this once this evening. Whereas a Dining Out NYC license alone does not authorize the applicant to sell or serve alcoholic beverages in their outdoor setup, so the applicant must obtain authorization to do so by filing, an alteration application with the SLA. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following comments about the applicant's alteration application to extend their current SLA license to their new outdoor setup. Does the committee have any comments on the alteration? No. Okay, so none. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's Dining Out NYC application or the alteration application. Therefore, be resolved that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced Dining Out NYC application and authorizes the CB6 district office to communicate the same via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation form. And then, be it further resolved, does the committee wish to either have no comment or no objection?
I would recommend no comment.
No comment.
Yeah.
Okay. So be it further resolved that the Community Board 6 has no comment on the applicant's alteration application. Okay. When I call you, please answer in favor, oppose, abstain.
We already did this, but unanimous consent.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you. So it's already been. Okay. Move on to the next item.
Second item, Dining Out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for MPQ 685 Third Avenue LLC.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, because I did miss is it not, it shows that this is only a 6'7" sidewalk clearance when it's supposed to be 8 feet.
5 feet. I checked it.
Okay.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do it with it.
There's 3 types of corridors for sidewalks.
Right, and it has
5 feet, 8
regional,
feet,
it
and
has regional.
10 feet.
So this is neighborhood, 8-foot clear path is what's checked.
I checked, so it's at 5 feet.
I think for certain elements are 5 feet.
Well, then we should go back.
I mean, you can, like, if you can bring it up, it's
Yeah,
better to
let's
see it on that screen than on this one.
Yeah.
I could be misreading it, but.
So what are let's talk about this a little bit louder. So we're talking about whether it's right on the,
So it's
Actual
that
application?
space there, right? It's marked as 6'7" across the sidewalk, is that correct?
Yeah,
Mhm.
but we're not approving that. We're
That's
approving
not-
the left side. where those three tables are, two tops.
Well, okay, what's that space say?
That's the enclosed area that's been
Okay, and that's,
essentially grandfathered.
That's already,
not,
yeah, it's already been,
that's not part of the outdoor dining application.
oh, okay, and so the other one is 8 foot, which is what,
okay.
Yeah, there's 8 feet
Regulations
clearance
are.
here.
got it,
Yeah.
thank you.
Hands on top of it.
I was gonna say, this is the price you pay for me doing the homework, and I didn't even see the schematic before there.
Okay. So we move on, dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for MPG, Third Avenue LLC, doing business as Le Banque Pan Quotidien at 685 Third Avenue.
Hi.
See what it looks like on the schematics.
Yeah.
Motion to recommend approval.
Well,
But there was an overall consensus or something.
I did notice it's already open, it's already up on my way here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like they have all the space to do this.
Yeah, we have plenty of clearance per the DOT guidelines.
Yeah.
And I think this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
But you do have tables and chairs set up now.
Yeah, we're gonna move them off of Third Avenue and only place them on 44th Street.
Okay.
When do you plan on
As per the
that?
plan.
When are you gonna do that? Cause today, like you just said, Ann, they were clearing them out in front. Isn't that right is that where the bus stop is or the?
Yeah,
No.
so that's why we were denied any tables and chairs in front of the storefront is due to the bus stop. I have spoken with the general manager.
Mhm.
On conclusion of this meeting, I will let her know that only on 44th Street are we allowed tables and chairs based on DOT approval and this schematic.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, my pleasure.
Do I hear any comments from members of the public? Do I hear any further comments from members of the committee? Do I hear a motion approval for this DOT application?
Oh, wait, it's not recommended, it's not, it's because it's DOT, right?
it's a,
Motion for,
We have to approve because this is DOT.
it's not
Right.
recommended.
Not
Oh,
recommended.
okay.
Recommend approval.
Yeah.
Is it recommend approval?
Yeah.
yeah,
Or-
like they couldn't decide on the one language.
All right, motion to recommend approval.
Do
Oh,
I hear a second?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Emanuele, do you plan to apply for an alteration for your liquor license?
Yeah, that's in the works, but according to the latest, we can't serve alcohol, which we won't, until we can modify via the SLA. So no alcohol on the patio until we go through that process.
Are you serving alcohol in the restaurant?
You know, I don't know 100% for sure. I believe so.
Vivian?
Yeah, I've never seen it in there. I've
I
never
don't,
seen
they
it. in there.
typically,
We do serve in a lot of our locations. And it varies. Some of them have just the basic beer and wine license, and there are others that have the full liquor license. But as per the guidelines, we are not going to serve on the patio until we can modify via the SLA.
Okay. I think then we won't do a joint resolution here because they're still in the process of applying for an SLA license, not
right,
a modification. Okay. I'm going to presume unanimous consent.
works for me.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any alcohol in there.
Okay.
Very, very expensive messes.
We have a resolution regarding the sidewalk cafe license for MPQ 685 Third Avenue LLC. doing business as Le Pain Quotidien at 685 Third Avenue, whereas Jeffrey Emanuele, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025. CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC license application process. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has voluntarily built up a cafe. It sounded like we had no comments on the physical footprint, no comments on the pedestrian flow, and no comments on potential conflicts with existing curb use. There were no modifications.
Door squeak, somebody's.
Sorry, I just
Mike's on.
just muted them.
Oh, you.
Tell who's
Yeah.
doing it.
Okay, so we're not coupling this with the alteration for the SLA. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's Dining Out NYC application. Therefore, be it resolved that Manhattan Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced Dining Out NYC application and authorizes the CB6 district office to communicate the same via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation form.
I just want to mention to members of the community here and on the Zoom. In the past, we didn't write the resolutions during the meeting. And we found that sometimes they wouldn't get written up until sometime after. So in order to make things more efficient, we'll take care of it in one shot, and then it goes to the full board for final approval.
Yeah.
All right, good, number 3. Dining Out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe for your license for 336 Pub Inc., doing business as Fitzgerald's Pub at 336 3rd Avenue. And I'd like to bring up the diagram because I have some questions. Okay, is there a representative available?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the diagram, looking at the front of the restaurant, you have 7 feet indicated for two top tables. I don't see on the diagram the entrance to the restaurant, because the right-hand top table will be going in front of the entrance to the restaurant.
Well, no, that's where the door is. No, I mean, I guess where you see that that circle on the far right, I mean, the space next to that is the entrance.
Well, there's no.
I see it's not marked, I know, but that is the entrance. Yeah, it's the entrance is on the right, next to where it says neighboring business.
Okay, no, I have a further question. We're talking, these are 2 top tables, right? 24 inches? So
yeah, I mean, around that, maybe 27 inches,
right,
227 inches.
let's say 24 inches, that's 48 inches. Then
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 tables, yeah.
4 chairs, 18 inches each. That's another 3 feet.
Do the math.
So that looks like to me that these tables will take up the whole area, including in front of the door.
No, I mean, it's there now. I thought you were supposed to walk by and take photographs. You could have seen it for yourself. I would have taken photographs otherwise.
All right, I just want to make sure you don't move them so that they're over the cellar door.
Yeah, no, people will be able to walk in the door, that's for sure.
It's not a very large space, as you can see. Yeah, these are old photographs. That's 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, this whatever the pandemic was.
All right, yeah, you can see that clearly there is a door where you have none indicated.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, there's definitely an entrance. Yeah, it has been since 1992.
Okay, if you can fit those tables in with the chairs in the space allocated and not block the entrance, then I have no further questions.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you need that before you can approve it, or you'll just assume I'm going to do it. It's not a complicated change. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Do I hear
Thank
any?
you.
Actually, I'm sorry, do you want to
Yeah,
go?
do you have
public
any
first?
comments from members of the community? All right. Members of the committee?
Yeah, I noticed, I know that because there's a 4 AM closing times on some nights, I know the law says that you have to stop serving at midnight, in outdoor spaces.
Yeah.
Do we want to put a stipulation in about that or just assume they're gonna follow the law?
It's the law. I mean, it's.
All right,
Yeah.
no, just, that's.
Yeah, no, we've instructed staff to follow that, and yeah, that's a good rule. Yeah, we observe that midnight, no outdoor alcohol or.
Great.
Yeah, the tables are brought in at midnight too, so it's
So
that's
nobody's even.
adhered to. Yeah.
Do I hear a motion to adopt a resolution recommending approval for this dining out sidewalk
So moved.
application?
Second.
If you want to start working, and I presume again, Robert's Rules of Order, that there are no objections, this is unanimous? Okay, there are no objections, it's unanimous.
Okay.
Joseph.
So we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license for 336 Pub Inc., doing business as Fitzgerald's Pub at 336 Third Avenue. Whereas Dennis Fitzgerald, Principal, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB6 item jurisdiction to premise listing a dining out NYC application process. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe. Physical footprint and dimensions, none. Pedestrian flow, none, assuming there's adequate space for the door. And potential conflicts with existing curb use, none. There are no modifications, right? Okay. We're not doing the SLA alteration with this. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's dining out NYC application. Therefore, be resolved that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced dining out NYC application and authorizes the CB6 district office to communicate the same via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation form.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Okay, dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for Pizza 34 LLC, doing business as Praviti Pizza, 344 East 34th Street. Is there a representative available?
Yes, Dominic Frucaleri, Dominic Geraci.
Thank you. Are there any comments from members of the community regarding this application? Are there any comments from members of the committee? Actually, I have a comment. Can we get to this, get to the scale drawings? Okay. I know you have the tables out there right now, under the old, dining out guidelines. And what you propose over here, I think, is not possible. I went by there this afternoon, and on the left side of the door, which is a narrower space on the right side, you had only one two-top. If you put two two-tops there, the one on the right of the left side two-top will be encroaching on the entrance, and the entrance has a ramp of concrete. So that would mean
Mm-hmm.
that table would be setting up on the concrete ramp and interfering with egress and ingress to your establishment. So I don't know who did this drawing, but it really is not what's actually happening out there.
Hi, my name is Kevin Wade. I'm also the partner at Praviti, and I am responsible for the drawing. I agree with you. On the left side of the store, the first table cannot fit there. It'll have to be removed because, like you said, there is a little bit of a ramp. So I'm sorry about the drawing, but the first table on the left side will not be there.
The first table or the first two, like the two?
The one nearest the
Just the one nearest the door?
door, there's actually two tables nearest the door.
Yeah. Let me write that in as a stipulation.
Yeah. That is my only comment, and I think, Jesus, can we put a stipulation in our approval? It'll show up on the application itself.
Yeah, I mean, on the application, you can.
Yes, I think, okay,
But just do the reso first, and then you can vote on it.
okay.
And I actually was wondering too, the previous, how enclosed it is, because the pictures show it as being enclosed, but I assume that's just from previous.
Well, it still is enclosed.
Yeah.
Well.
That is correct. It will be open going forward after today. It was closed from the previous we had the outdoor dining previously, but it is going to be open. Like
There's
a cafe.
also our wind vestibule.
Right.
Okay. Are there a motion to approve, resolution recommending approval with stipulation that there'll only be two tops on the east side of the front entrance, and that it would not, the tables will not interfere with the ingress or egress from the establishment? Hearing a motion.
So moved.
Second. Okay.
I was gonna ask which side it's on, so the east side is, I thought it was helpful.
Okay, so we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk license, and we're not doing an alteration to the existing liquor license. For Pizza 34 LLC, doing business as Praviti Pizza at 344 East 34th Street. Whereas Kevin Wade, principal, and Dominic Geraci, principal, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025. PB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC license application process. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe, the physical footprint and dimensions. Pedestrian flow. I think we're going to cover that in the list of modifications, or
The pedestrian flow comes to the sidewalk. Passageway.
And there are no potential conflicts with existing curb use. Okay, so whereas the applicant agreed, is that correct, to the modification?
Yes.
Only having two tops on the west side of the establishment's entrance, so that ingress and egress will not be, what's the word I'm looking for?
Not a problem. We'll take care of that right away.
So we obstructed, is that the word?
Obstructed, right?
Impeded,
Impeded.
impeded or obstructed.
Yeah.
Impeded, that's the sound.
Okay. We're not, doing the FLA alterations, so that's irrelevant. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the dining out NYC application. Therefore, be it resolved that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval with modifications of the above referenced dining out NYC application and authorizes the CB6 district office to communicate the same via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation form.
Okay, hearing no objections, this is passed by unanimous consent. Okay, number 5, dining out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe for your license for 350 First Avenue LLC, doing business as Rosemary's at 350 First Avenue. Do I hear any comments from members of the community?
Well, Mr. Hull is a representative for the applicant.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Do I hear any comments from members of the committee?
Yeah, I noticed if you can pull up the application. For some reason, the lighting and electrical connections, they are not all, like, there's one of the boxes is unchecked, which is like, it's one of those things that it's optional, but if you check them, you gotta check them all. Okay.
Okay, we'll check that box then.
I'm looking at your application, and you're only asking for seating on the 20th Street side. I noticed that you also have seating on the First Avenue side, and have had that for some time.
Yes.
I presume that's going to be removed then, because this application only refers to the 20th Street side.
No, both plans were sent in on that one.
Don't see it here.
Actually, what I see is
Yeah, that's
along First
Avenue. And then we
Oh,
also have East 20th.
Oh, yours is.
Right, okay.
Okay, yeah.
oh,
Yep, they're both here.
Let's go down to First Avenue again.
No, we can't. Well, wait, is this in real time?
I doubt it.
No.
All right, I see, I understand.
No.
I missed that first time around, sorry. Okay, do I have any further comments from anybody? No. Okay, do I hear a motion to adopt a resolution recommending approval for Sidewalk Cafe
Yeah.
by unanimous consent? Let's go.
So
Second,
Second.
okay. Let's go to the resolution.
All right, so we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license for 350 First Avenue LLC, doing business as Rosemary, at 350 First Avenue. Whereas, are both Michael Kelly and Robert Hull here?
Yes.
Okay, whereas Michael Kelly, representative, and Robert Hull, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025. CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC license application process. The CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint: none. Pedestrian flow: none. Potential conflicts with existing curb use: none. There are no modifications. We're not considering the SLA alteration at this time. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's dining out NYC application, therefore be resolved that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced dining out NYC application and authorizes the CB6 office to communicate the same via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation form. Consider the alteration.
Hearing no objection, unanimous consent. Okay. Next item, dining out New York City application for Sideway Cafe, 4-year license for Serafina, 38th Street LLC, doing business as Serafina at 22 East 38th Street. And I want to see the schematic because we received a email from a community member regarding this particular application. We'll read the email. I don't know if the gentleman or the person who wrote this email is on Zoom.
I don't see it.
Yes,
I don't see
get approved.
All
It
right,
is
so
interesting.
for the record, email reads as follows. I just noticed this item on your agenda this evening. There is no way the Sidewalk Cafe should have been or should be approved for this site. It's taking up sidewalk space on narrow, well-trafficked Madison Avenue at 38th Street and in the location of an MTA bus stop. It has been a nuisance since opening, taking up precious public space, making the sidewalks impassable, particularly if there are people waiting for entering or exiting a bus. Further, for much of the past year, it has been unused and just as an obstruction to pedestrian traffic and use. As a resident of the area for over 40 years, I urge you not to approve the dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe 4-year license for Serafina, 38th Street LLC, doing business as Serafina at 22 East 38th Street. Is there a representative of Serafina that could talk to this?
Hi, yes, my name is Gina. I'm here from SWA Architecture to represent Serafina.
Okay, now we look at the pictures of Serafina, I guess going back to at least last year. It looks like you did take a lot of sidewalk space, but I see from your schematic over here that you're reducing the width of the sidewalk usage. You will
Yes.
have at least, was it 10 feet clearance? Or
12 feet.
12 feet. Okay, and as I understand that a corridor street requires at least 12 feet clearance. So you will be within compliance with New York City pedestrian passageway for the Madison Avenue side. For the 38th Street side, you are required to have 10-foot clearance. Do you have that 10-foot clearance?
Yes.
So in effect, I'm not going to speak for you, but in effect, you are reducing the size of your footprint from what it was previously. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. I have no further comments. Any member of the, yes.
I'm just not seeing how there's 12 feet clearance. Is the 12 feet clearance after the stand, like the
It's
fencing?
On the Madison Avenue side.
On the Madison, where would there be 12
from
feet?
the bus stop?
But that's like a longitudinal, right? Like it's not.
12-foot radius, it appears.
The dotted line is marking the clearance for the pedestrian path. Yeah, that one.
Oh, wait.
There's no 12
Right.
feet there though. Between
No,
the
just
bus
take
stop
it to the right a tiny bit. Right. Okay, that line says 12 feet clearance path. Am I correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
from the
so-
bus stop. Yeah.
Okay. So from the prior pictures that I've seen, it looks like there was only about 8 feet, if that much, 9 feet. So we are actually giving more space so people who exit or enter the bus at that bus stop will not be unduly crowded on the sidewalk.
And especially if there's like a wheelchair,
Yeah.
there's a ramp.
But it doesn't look like there's 12 feet clearance. I just don't see that.
That's not the image. That's how it's gonna be. That's the from previous.
Right here, you're saying right in here?
Yeah.
Is where
That's what the DOT will be
they
improving.
brought it back.
Yeah. Okay, could we go up to the 38th Street side? Okay, I don't see, what is the clearance on the 38th Street side?
10 feet, 3 inches.
You think it would be the other way around?
Okay,
Since it's a regional corridor, it needs 10 feet.
10 feet, okay. Because again, from prior pictures going back a few years, it was not 10 feet. So we're now.
Yeah, no, before regulations were different, and of course, Serafina now is going to modify the space so it can comply with the new regulations.
Okay, I see, I take the community members' email seriously, however, given the requirements that New York City requires in terms of clearance, this seems to be in compliance, and it will provide sufficient space for those entering or leaving a bus at the bus stop. Do I hear any? Yes.
I had another question, which perhaps this was a typo, but it shows that the FSEP expired on January 31st of this year.
I'm sorry, what expired?
The food service establishment permit.
Oh.
It's right, I think it's right
Yeah.
there.
But this was submitted most likely back,
In like December.
well, probably April.
Well, but I mean,
Yeah,
it was
last
still
update.
3 months after January, so.
Yeah.
It was renewed already.
Okay.
Okay.
So it is current.
Yeah.
Let's go to the resolution. Do I hear a resolution to approve? Sorry, to recommend approval of the DOT application?
Yes.
Yes.
Second? Any objection? Approved by unanimous consent.
So we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license for Serafina, 38th Street LLC, doing business as Serafina at 22 East 38th Street. Whereas Kevin Del Casal, representative, and Gina Escalante, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025. CD6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC license application process. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint and dimensions: none. Pedestrian flow, none. Potential conflicts with existing curb use, none. No modifications were agreed to or discussed. We're not doing the SLA alteration application. Okay. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's Dining Out NYC application. Therefore, be resolved that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced Dining Out NYC application and authorizes the CB6 District Office to communicate the same via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation form.
Item 7, dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for Silo East, Inc., doing business as Soccerad East at 953 Second Avenue. Is there a representative here?
Yes, Robert Hull representing
Thank you.
the applicant.
Do I hear any comments from members of the community? Do I hear any comments from members of the committee? Well, I do have some questions. Could we go to the schematic, please? Yeah, I want to know how you're going to fit 3 two-tops in a 6-foot space. The two tops itself are 24 inches.
We're going to have smaller tables.
18, what, about 18 inches?
Uh,
that you could hardly eat on an 18-inch table.
Oh,
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, chairs.
Love
Yeah.
to get small table, small plates.
By the way, I walked by on my way here, since I live up in that area, and you only had two tops there. On the north side and two tops on the south side, where you had a surface aisle between both of the two tops. So I wish you a lot of luck, but the way the drawing is made, it would seem that the surface aisle between the lower and the upper two tops would be pretty narrow. If you went to 18-inch tables, I hate to be pedantic on this. We're talking about 54 inches and 6 feet is 72 inches. So you just have about 18 inches to be able to get a server in.
Well, it's more or less we're trying to have the capability of being able to have that 5th table. Doesn't always have to be out there, but if we have a bigger grouping, we can put it out.
Yeah. And by the way, I did a measurement, and what you have on those tables, only 8 feet to the curb. And you're saying that you're going to have 10 feet, which is required in this type of corridor.
Okay, we'll have to talk to them about that then.
I think we should stipulate that you will remain within the corridor limits, which are 10 feet from the outside perimeter on the east side of your tables to the curb.
Okay.
Okay, I have no further comments. All right. Do I hear a motion to adopt the resolution recommending approval for dining out in New York City Sidewalk Cafe by this applicant?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, let's go to the resolution.
Okay, so we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license for Silo East Inc. doing business as Soccerad East at 953 Second Avenue. Whereas Michael Kelly, representative, and Robert Hull, representative, here before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025. CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC license application process. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint and dimensions. Pedestrian flow. None.
No, you got to put a stip in there about being within the corridor limits of minimum 10 feet between the curb and the barriers to the table.
So whereas the applicant agrees to the following modifications. The,
That seems like that should probably go in the physical footprint and dimension section.
but is it also a modification?
No, because they already have 10 feet, we want to make sure that they stay there.
All right, so,
The reason I'm going through all this, especially on that restaurant row on Second Avenue, is because in the past, we had had restaurants there that were under the old pandemic rules, where there was only, at best, some places, a 4-foot corridor, and you couldn't get a wheelchair through or
Yeah.
pedestrian flow was very much impeded.
Yep.
the applicant agreed to ensure that the requirements of 10-foot pedestrian clearance is maintained.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
okay? No comments on pedestrian flow, or I think since we have it under physical footprint, that's fine, right? And no potential conflict with existing curb use. Okay, and we are not considering the SLA alteration application at this time. Whereas no members of the community have any comments for or against the applicant signing out NYC application.
Any objections?
No.
Unanimous consent.
Okay, therefore, be resolved, the Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced signing out NYC application and authorizes the district office to communicate the same via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation forms.
Did you make a good?
Okay.
idea?
Number 8, going along, dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe. 4-year license for Think Gramercy LLC doing business as Think Coffee at 283rd Avenue. Do I hear any comments from members of the public? Why don't we go to the schematic? Any comments from members of the committee? You can see they have enough sidewalk
Yeah.
space.
Wait, is the clear path 10 feet on one side, I thought, because it only says 8 feet here.
I think, because that's that's
On the,
it's only requires 8 feet, I think,
On the
on that. If
So
you
it's-
go up, it'll tell you which, I think it's a regional corridor. And then
So
only,
here on the schematic, it says neighborhood corridor.
Which is only 8.
that's 8
Third
feet.
Avenue.
Okay.
I know, it's like,
Okay. Hearing no further comments, do I hear a motion to adopt the resolution recommending approval for dining out New York City Cafe for this applicant?
yes. Yes, move to,
was that a motion?
that's a motion.
Here's the second.
Move it.
Keep writing.
So we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license for Think Gramercy LLC, doing business as Think Coffee at 283rd Avenue. Thank you. Whereas Jason Fair, Principal, and Suzette Wright, Representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025. CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the dining out NYC license application policy. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint, none.
Do we hear any objections? Hearing no objections?
No.
No.
Okay. All right.
Type faster, Brian.
All modifications. Okay, we're not doing the SLA alteration, whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's dining out NYC application. And therefore be resolved that Medina Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced dining out NYC application, and authorizes the CB6 district office to communicate the same via the DOT's prescribed community board recommendation format.
Okay. Dining out application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for Kips Bay Music Bar LLC doing business as Patty Riley's Music Bar at 519 2nd Avenue. Also, they have a alteration application under item number 23 for an on-premises license for the same premises. So I'd like to do a double approval over here if we can. Do I hear any comments from members of the community? Okay. Any comments from members of the committee? Actually, I think Patty Riley's was 2 committees ago.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
So they're that's for the original SLA license renewal.
And
So I'm trying to see, it didn't.
And do you have a?
no, I'm just, you're saying that there are 2?
No,
would just be
we're
for
talking
us then.
about item 23, which is
Oh, 23, that was my
which is
question.
the alteration.
Got it, right.
And item 8, which is
Yep,
for the.
yep, good for me.
All right.
Again, as long as they're stop serving at midnight.
Yes, again, legal
Yep.
requirements being met.
Yeah.
Let's go to the dual resolution.
So we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license and an alteration to the existing liquor license for Kips Bay Music Bar LLC doing business as Patty Riley's Music Bar at 519 2nd Avenue. Whereas Michael Kelly, representative, and Robert Hull, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB67 jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC and liquor license application processes. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint: none. Pedestrian flow, none. Potential conflict with existing curb use, none. No modifications. Whereas, I already read this, I'm not gonna read it again. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following comments about the alteration application, none. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's Dining Out NYC or alteration application. Therefore, be resolved that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced Dining Out NYC application.
Hearing no objection, unanimous. Okay, next one. Number 10, Dining Out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for Vino Posto Corp doing business at La Cava at 939 2nd Avenue, down the doors from Sakarat.
On the Sakarat, yeah.
Yeah. Is there a representative here?
Hello, I'm here, Vladislav Kulisek.
Thank you. Can we go to the application, DOT? I want to see that, go back to the, again, schematic. This goes back to my 1 year of engineering at college.
Oh,
Okay. I'm looking at your schematic. And it's your outdoor dining area is 5 feet wide and 10 feet long. And you're gonna put in 1, 2, 3, 4 two tops. And the 2 tops are 24 inches, chairs are 18 inches. That's more than 5 feet wide.
We have actually smaller tables than 24. We got 18.
You know? Oh, the 18.
18, so that's 3 times 18, that's 54 inches. 5 feet is 60 inches, so you have 3 inches of space. And how is your server gonna get into there?
I mean, the server is going many times from the around and from inside as well. The door is open like fully, the glass door.
And will it be open in the dead of winter?
Yeah. Oh no, wintertime is the door is not open. Sidewalk Cafe is also is not there.
Yeah, okay. All right, again, this afternoon I went by there and it was less than 10 feet that I measured. So I would again put a stip that you abide by the 10-foot corridor rule for the sidewalk passageway.
Yeah, that block.
Yeah, that block, again, you know,
There's not much room for people to.
there was a miscreant called Barcode over there that finally closed down. They were not leaving any space on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a dog walker going by there with like 4 dogs.
Yeah.
Do that.
Do I hear a resolution? Just let me ask one question. Are you planning to apply to the SLA for an alteration?
Yes.
I would suggest to the committee members, since there have been no complaints that I noticed on their address, and that we've already approved them for a full liquor license, the SLA, that we take a preemptive action over here and recommend that when their SLA alteration application comes through to us, which it will. How long is this, how long have you sent the application to the SLA?
How long ago? There was actually sending my partner there. I'm not sure how long ago it was. But we've been open. We've been open for 15 years, and the Sidewalk Cafe was always operating.
Yeah.
So it's not really. I don't. You know, there was no complaints since all those 15 years about those kind of things. And it's only 4 tables, and basically the business is it's you know, the summertime and springtime, those 4 tables is helping a lot for the business. Otherwise, I don't know how our business could survive with small like a small amount of sitting inside there like this. And La Cava is basically most likely like a wine bar, and the small tables which you have it, and smaller chairs as well. It's basically is those equipments is there for that many years, and people mostly having glass of wine over there, not dinner.
Okay. Could we put a preemptive approval in for the modification? Yes, do it. Do I hear?
A motion to preemptively approve?
Right, and also.
Or wait, it would be for SLA, it would be no objection.
Right, no objection or no comment.
Yeah.
And for the sidewalk, that has to be recommended approval.
I will recommend both I will move both of those things.
Okay.
Second.
Yes, sir. A resolution recommending a sidewalk regarding a sidewalk cafe license and an alteration to the existing liquor license for Vino Posto Corp. doing business as La Cava at 939 Second Avenue. Whereas Ladislav Kulisek.
Mr. Egan, we're saving you from coming to this committee again when you come to the alteration.
So just say
Thank you.
Right, and we all get free dinners now.
Yeah, I guarantee you those for free dinners, no problem.
Oh, but I have to say,
I'm not joking. Just come over.
But I do want to note, that I made a notion that a note that there was no picture of a posted notice about this.
Oh, they put a pictures. I got us because I'm calling from all the way from Europe. I had a couple days or 3 days ago or something like that. I got picture. They put a picture on the glass.
Okay. Oh, cool. Just in time.
Yeah. I'm sorry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get this from DOT until after hours on Monday, so.
Cool.
And Mr. Kulisek, are you a principal or representative? Are you an
I'm the
owner?
principal. I'm the principal.
Sorry, let me fix that. Okay. So, whereas Vladislav Kulisek, principal, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB6 had jurisdiction of the premises in the dining out NYC and liquor license application processes. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint and dimensions. We wanted to
that they will ensure that they abide by the DOT regulations in terms of a pedestrian passageway between the restaurant and the curb.
So, the applicant ensured that they will maintain 10-foot pedestrian clearance. Do you agree, Mr. Kulisek?
I'm sorry?
Do you agree to maintain the 10
Yeah,
feet?
yes, I agree. Yeah.
10-foot pedestrian clearance, okay. So then no further comment on pedestrian flow or conflicts with existing curfews. And I won't read this again. There were no comments regarding the SLA alteration. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant's Dining Out NYC or alteration application.
Okay,
And
is there any objection? Hearing no objection, unanimously approved.
okay,
Okay,
and this is a no comment, just
yes.
not no objection. Okay, great.
Can't they just agree on the language?
Right.
Hard.
So you can come up with new language if you'd like.
I'll take it up with our legislators.
Yes.
I'll talk to Liz about it.
Okay.
Google Translate.
Dining Out, New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for Discardo Incorporated, doing business as Orion Diner and Grill at 395 Second Avenue. They also have an alteration application, item number 20.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll take a look. Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. See you there. Thank you.
All right, so. Where we are.
Okay.
Is a representative for Ryan Diner and Grill at 395 Second Avenue. You want to bring up the? Sure.
Yes, my name is Andy Han. I'm from ABC License representing.
Okay. I didn't have any questions either on the footprint, nor the SLA application. Are there any comments from members of the community? Any comments from members of the committee?
Anton, I just love that you were looking at me first because you know I have a comment. I just felt like there was some confusion about liquor. service at this. There were comments about that. I actually went so far as to call Orion today and like, do you serve alcohol? And they said yes. But you also said that they were not in the New York State Liquor Authority, the SLA.
Yeah, so the SLA's land, which it may not be accurate, but it does currently say that the license is inactive.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys wanna,
If your license is apparently inactive, what's going on?
So the license, it's a late renewal. That's why it's currently inactive, but it's in process right now.
But are you serving liquor without the license? Or
Currently, no, we're waiting for the renewal too.
really?
We did.
Cause when I called today and I said, oh, do you serve cocktails? They said, yes, we do. And like Google Maps, when you look at the description, it says serves alcohol, like.
I think we have an issue here, sir.
Not to mention the fact, and this is more on the sidewalk cafe, that there's none of the boxes around furnishings are checked. And it's like, are you gonna eat hand food standing up?
So right now that's currently unplanned because we're not sure if we're not gonna have any awnings physically attached.
No, I'm not talking about awnings, I'm talking about furnishings.
Tables and chairs.
Yes, that was a typo. Yes, they should be checked. I apologize about that.
So what about the license?
We will have a comment that we don't recommend the alteration. If they don't have a license, you can't alter it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be
And
actually on
I
the
would
docket.
expect, sir, that if the SLA checks, you will not be serving alcohol without a license. You know that's an immediate shutdown.
Yes, we do understand.
All right. Do we have any further comments?
I mean, is there a way to kind of verify this?
If
Verify what?
if the committee is concerned, we can reach out to the SLA tomorrow and ask them to look into this. And then they will, if they deem that it is warranted, they will open an investigation.
All right. So the only thing we're gonna,
Because lamps may not be accurate.
Well, we just heard from a representative
Yeah.
for the applicant that their license is not active.
It's not active.
So if it's not active.
But
they
yet
should
they're
not be
still
serving
serving,
alcohol.
right?
Why?
Who told you that? Was it a server or a manager that,
I called
just the server?
I didn't know. I mean, whoever answered the phone, they said, yeah. And on Google, you know, when you look at Google and it says like what is,
Right,
like it shows alcohol, like cocktails, wine, beer.
How long has it been since you haven't been supposed to be serving
I'm sorry?
alcohol?
No, I did.
Excuse me.
I'm asking yeah.
So
How long?
sorry. There was a temporary lapse because we applied for a full liquor license, but that full liquor license was still pending, so we have to renew our restaurant wine license. We did have a temporary that allowed us to serve cocktails, but that one couldn't be renewed, so we're going back to restaurant wine.
we're not gonna address the liquor application in this committee until we reach out to the SLA and get a better understanding for what is going on with the license application. Once that's straightened out and everything seems to be going fine, then you can make a presentation to us at our next committee meeting or after that, depending on the application process.
Yeah, and I would just point out that we bend over backwards on this committee to try to, to support local businesses and, that's just concerning that, that I got that answer on the phone. Thank you.
So, having said that, do I hear a motion to recommend approval for the sidewalk cafe.
Assuming there are
This
furnishings,
applicant.
That is the sidewalk.
assuming there are furnishings.
Yeah. Yeah. Just something off the topic. I note that your health department rating is a B. Has that been straightened out?
That can be for
A
stupid
B.
things. That could be for stupid things.
That's something that we're currently handling, but I believe the B rating should be taken care of through the health department hearings.
Okay, do I hear a resolution?
So is it, what exactly would the resolution be for?
Just for
Approving
the
the
sidewalk.
sidewalk?
Yeah.
I'll move that for that.
Okay.
So we
Assuming
have
there are furnishings.
a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license for Piscardo Inc. doing business as Orion Diner and Grill at 395 Second Avenue. Whereas, Andy, I'm sorry, I don't have your last name.
It's Han, spelled H-A-H-N.
H-A-H. Whereas, Andy Hearn, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee, Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC license application process. Whereas CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint: none, pedestrian flow, none, and potential conflict of existing curb use, none. There are no modifications. We are doing SLA alteration. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant signing out NYC application. Therefore, be it resolved, the Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced signing out NYC application and authorizes the district office to communicate the same via to choose for 5 board recommendation clause.
Thank you.
Do any objections? Hearing none, unanimously discussed.
Let's go back to the other page.
Thank you. Item 12, dining out, New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe, 4-year license for CLFI LLC, doing business as Chez Les Franchais Cafe at 882 First Avenue. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Is there a representative available? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you want to go to the schematic?
Where is that?
Okay, all right.
Halfway through there.
So we have clear path 8 feet on the First Avenue side to the mailbox, New York City link, and overall at least 12 feet in terms of cafe seating to the curb. I don't have any issues with this. It's a nice little place. I've passed it many times.
Yeah. I look forward to, I
Also,
that
also
came
has
to my attention.
also has a health rating of B, but
Please.
okay.
Please.
Do I hear any comments from members of the community?
It's actually been changed. We've been inspected a few weeks ago and we got A.
Oh, good for you. Good. Yes, you have 3 minutes. Would you work?
Yes, it won't take that long. So my name is Lucky Richardson and I've lived in the neighborhood for 23 years. And this is a jewel of a place for our community.
Yeah.
And so if you've been in the neighborhood, you know that. But the first thing I want to say after just sitting here observing what you guys go through is these guys are straight shooters. And what you see is what you're gonna get. And there's no tap dancing and there's no, oh, it's sort of in these many inches or that many inches. The space they work in is the size of your table.
Yeah.
That is the size of their cafe.
Yeah.
So.
I think we've all been by
Great.
there.
I
Great
mean,
space.
if any restaurant deserves to have proper outdoor seating, it's these guys. I don't even know how they make it, doing what they do, serving that many people in that space. But the other things I wanted to say, and they may not matter in this particular meeting, is some of the concerns when a restaurant is expanding is extra congestion, extra trucks and everything else. But they actually bake and prepare their foods off ground, they up 25 blocks away.
Yeah.
And you will never see a delivery truck taking, in the bus lane, delivering to this restaurant. All those big freight trucks, the vegetable trucks, the broadliners. And the other thing is in terms of noise, and it hasn't been mentioned since I've been sitting here tonight. Although their pastries are amazing. I don't even have the words to describe. They don't have a liquor license and they don't need a liquor license. And so a lot of the noise things that might arise from outdoor cafes will not happen here.
Yeah.
Usually the liquor licenses are a nice breeding ground for a party, which is fine. But when you're in a residential neighborhood, you always have to be careful of that. These are gracious hosts and business people, and I can't speak higher of them. We're so grateful to have them in the neighborhood, and I respectfully request that their application be approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any comments from members of the community? Okay, committee.
No, a great little spot.
Okay, do I hear
Yeah.
a resolution recommending approval for dining out New York City Sidewalk Cafe for this applicant?
So moved.
Second.
Okay,
Brian?
So we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license for CLF1 LLC. In business.
Thanks for coming to our meeting.
Cafe at 882
Sitting, what
First
you guys
Avenue.
do, thank you. Thank you. People have no idea. I mean, surrounding
Got to
all
experience
the
it.
sunlight streaming in, pictures on the walls. The fact that you all have a sense of humor is just mind blowing.
We have to.
And I would say,
I was
actually,
in the food business for 40 years, running my own company.
Oh, good
And
for
I have
you.
to say that this behind the scenes
Yeah.
thing that that I experienced tonight tells me a whole lot about what you guys have to go through to
Thank
make
you.
it happen.
And please pass it on to the other community members. We need more community people to come
Yeah.
to the meetings and hear from our community. We're supposed to be representing the
I
community. so-
agree. I mean, I
Yeah.
was willing to sit here until you got to them,
Yeah.
even if they were the last one on the list. So,
And I
anyway.
will also say, I, like, you're seeing what's happening here, but there's a lot more happening behind the scenes that our community board staff members do.
Mhm.
Like, they do so much work and don't always get the recognition that they
Well,
deserve.
that's
So
modest of you to speak up
they
to
should
them,
get the
but
shout out.
anyway, thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a nice night.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, don't go yet.
Right off the hook.
May I have your first and last names and affiliation?
My name is Michelle St. Laurent, and I'm a principal.
I think so, yeah.
So, can you spell that for me, just so I have the correct
Sure,
spelling?
it's Michelle with one L, and it's
Okay.
St. Laurent, STLAURENT.
Thank you. Whereas Michelle St. Laurent, principal, appear before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24, 2025. CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises and the dining out NYC license application process. Okay. Reindeer, and there's no liquor license, so there's no. So about that. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint and dimensions: none. Pedestrian flow, none. Potential conflict with existing curb use, none. There are no modifications. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against.
They had a member of the community.
Oh, I'm so sorry, yeah, whereas one member, yes.
Yes.
One member of the community had comments in support.
Yeah. And Michelle, can you just open another one about 10 blocks south?
Oksana's the one that's very good at finding locations. So yeah, just stop in there and tell her where she'll find it.
There's a lot of spaces open on Third Avenue.
I know there are a lot of spaces open everywhere, unfortunately, but we're very lucky, and we're very lucky to be in your neighborhood. We really appreciate. We've had so much support since our first day. Everyone's been so kind to us, and we're really grateful.
Oh, that's nice to hear. You know.
And therefore be it resolved, the Connecticut Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced signing out NYC application and authorizes district office to communicate the same via TOT's prescribed community board recommendation.
We're hearing the objections to the resolution. Hearing none, unanimous. Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dining out New York City application for Sidewalk Cafe for your license for Pizza 54 Incorporated, doing business as Marinara Pizza at 985 First Avenue. Is there a representative here?
Yes, Robert Hull representing the applicant.
Okay, can we go to the schematic? And did you check all the boxes?
No, in fact, on overhead coverings, there were unmarked boxes. Aren't you glad you asked?
Overhead coverings.
It says, the form says if using overhead coverings, all conditions must be met.
Are there any overhead coverings?
Yeah.
Well, one of them was tapped, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're basically talking about three tables.
Okay, so that was a mistake. I think that one got hit by accident.
Okay, so you're not gonna have overhead coverings.
No.
Okay. I'm an amateur. That's like my brain type.
All right. Do I hear any comments from members of the community? Okay, any comments from members of the committee?
Like Ann said.
I just want to make sure, you only have three tables that you're putting outside the restaurant.
4 tables technically. On First Avenue, we have 1 table.
I see, okay.
Oh, yeah.
They work for 'em.
Okay,
Totally.
all right, I don't have any issues, the distance is all seem fine. And you run a nice clean shop, I go by there practically every day. Do I hear a motion?
The owners would appreciate hearing that, so.
Do I hear a motion to approve or not approve, adopt the resolution recommending approval for dining out New York City Sidewalk Cafe for this application?
Motion to approve.
Second.
You tricked us that time.
There you go.
Put it on, you gave us a
Yeah,
choice.
I read the script. Anyway,
Austin, you're being really quiet tonight. Don't you want to jump in there with some motions?
Motion to do the next motion.
okay, so we go to the resolution.
So we have a resolution regarding a sidewalk cafe license. We're not doing the alteration. I don't know if I have a license. For Pizza 54 Inc., doing business as Marinara Pizza at 985 First Avenue. Whereas Michael Kelly, representative, and Robert Hull, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025. CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the Dining Out NYC license application process. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has the following feedback about the cafe's physical footprint and dimensions: none. Pedestrian flow, none. Potential conflicts with existing curb use, none. No modifications. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicant signing out NYC applications. Therefore, be it resolved, the Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval of the above referenced signing out NYC application and authorizes the district officer to communicate the same to via DOT's prescribed community board recommendation form.
Okay, do I hear any objections? Hearing no objections, unanimously passed. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 14. Okay, new cannabis application, retail dispensary license for Indoor Ventures Incorporated, doing business as Alex Bronson of 514 3rd Avenue. This is the old Grand Canyon restaurant location. Before I go to members of the community asking for comments, the office did receive a number of emails regarding this particular application, and for the record, I will read them. I read a notice posted on the front of 514 3rd Avenue that your committee is considering the license of a CBD shop at this location, a former Grand Canyon restaurant. I'm writing to firmly oppose another CBD shop in our neighborhood. There are already two similar stores just a few dozen steps away at 525 and 531 3rd Avenue. How many of these shops could we possibly need? We could use a bakery, an affordable eatery, or a dry goods store. I realize you can't control the real estate market, but please stop this unnecessary and, dare I say, sure to flop business. In answer to that, the two cannabis stores at 521 and 531 3rd Avenue are illegal. We're only talking about legal shops. Now, if members of the community have any issues with illegal shops, two things. One is 311, and two, the Cannabis Control Board, the OCM, does have on their website a page that you can go to and register your complaints. We have on several occasions, including pictures that you can upload into the website so that appropriate action will be taken generally by the sheriff's office.
And I'll just add that that does work. Might take a few weeks, but if you file a complaint and provide pictures and evidence, they eventually move on it.
Yes.
It might take 6 or 8 weeks, but they
And it
eventually
may
they
take
get
a
to
couple
it.
of tries.
But it's,
What do they
they
do
will.
then?
They will.
They will.
I have a question.
Yeah, and I've seen that, we have seen that in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah, that's
when it
right.
comes to, like, the email I was arguing about, including these in his arguments, with the two illegal shops. I said, yeah, can that not be considered a factor anymore? In other words, can you be like, well, that is a lot of shops in one place, in one area, but doesn't matter because they're illegal, or it can, like, they're still there, but on the other side, they're not supposed to be there, so it's.
So the legal applicant be
Well-
put at a disservice
Yeah.
because you have illegal shops. Okay, the idea is that we should be enforcing, or the city, the sheriff, finance management should be enforcing the law and making sure these shops go out of business.
Yeah, there are other issues, I think, with this application, but
Yes.
the fact that there are two illegal shops that hopefully, if a shop like this could, if approved, help put out of business is why we're here, actually,
Well-
if approved.
But, yeah, okay, you have other notes, don't you? There's other notes, isn't there?
Oh,
Wasn't there other emails? Were there other?
yes.
Yeah, right. Go ahead.
All right, another community member. I would like to know how anyone can justify opening another cannabis dispensary on Third Avenue between 34th and 35th Street, less than 2 blocks from an elementary school and 2 blocks from high school.
Mhm.
I would like to speak to this on the call. Is the gentleman who wrote this or person who wrote this, are they available on Zoom?
We do have Andreas. Yes, Mr. Cohen, you should be able to. Sorry. You should be able to unmute now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'll just, this is on behalf of my wife, Melissa, who wrote the letter, but I'll just say we've both lived here for over 20 years and have seen certainly, unfortunately, a deterioration in the quality of life in the neighborhood for things like graffiti and noise and just, you know, being accosted by aggressive homeless people and so forth. And like most people, we've just sort of sat and watched it, and you know, hopefully there's some things that outweigh that. I have to say, though, this is probably the most unconscionable thing that I've come across, and I am going to speak about it. I'm going to speak about it forcefully. Having a facility, a business like this located a block and a half away from an elementary school and less than 2 blocks away from a high school, the Norman Thomas building that now has 2 or 3 high schools in it, including Success Academy, is absolutely outrageous. Kids walk by there all the time. Young kids, the elementary school kids, once they get to 4th or 5th grade, they walk home alone. The high school kids are around there all the time. When I go to work in the morning, almost every morning, I see kids from that high school standing outside on the corner, getting high. How are they getting this pot? Who knows? But it's so easy for them to walk in, to ask a homeless person or any other person on the street to get it for them, pay them for it. And
Yeah.
they're getting, and so it is absolutely unconscionable to have a facility like this within a block and a half of 2 schools like that. And I'm sorry, the fact that we have 9 other facilities within 9/10 of a mile to buy this stuff, whether it's legal or illegal, is nothing's getting done. And so someone has to stand up for this neighborhood. We don't need this. It's enough. The quality of life here has really deteriorated. And the last thing I'll say, for those who are a little bit older, you know, this is not the pot of 30 years ago. Whether you read the New York Times that leans left or the Wall Street Journal that leans right, every study coming out is showing that this stuff is really harmful to people. Right? It's a lot stronger, and it's becoming increasingly, there are health issues. So I'm going to stop here by saying the fact that we're making it so easy for kids to access this is absolutely unconscionable, and I really implore everyone to deny this application.
Then you should speak to your representative, because the law is very clear. Dispensaries shall be located on the same road and within 200 feet of the entrance of a house of worship, or 500 feet of the entrance should not be of a school. And unfortunately, Mr. Cohn, this does abide by those rules. Now, I know the Office of Cannabis Management and the OCM are looking into changing those distances, but at this point in time, the question is whether they legally can be there is the issue, and they can legally be there. Whether we feel that it's a detriment to the community, that's something else. Yes.
Well, okay, there's a bunch of issues. Thank you very much, Douglas, for voicing your opinion, and please rally more people. We do have, we have tabled some conversation for, what is it, May 13th? About a resolution that District Community Board 2 wants to pass, and with respect to the distance law. We do know that OCM rushed these laws, that they were frivolously put together with pressure from up and no, it's true.
Well, you
And
say
then,
we know, you know.
okay, well, I do know that. So, I mean, they admitted it. They said they were following some other, they put them together based on liquor laws. There's all kinds of loopholes in this. The other caveat here is this was brought to the table, and the representative for this particular location is a perfect example of what happened to the Hallmark. They booted those people out. the people that were there did not know that their shop was closing. They had no idea about it. We went in, we asked. They said, no, we're not closing. And then that was when, if you recall, that was when it was listed that this place was going to be a new establishment without these people knowing that there was going to be a new establishment there. And when there was an application put forth a few months ago, the representative didn't show up, so I don't know what happened with that location. And then adding to this, there is another application, as we know it, on the list around the corner. And that begs to differ if it's on 500 feet or 1,000 feet.
We'll address that.
Right, so that's what we need to talk about that
Okay.
in the context of all of
All right,
this.
let me continue this, because we do have more emails over here to go through this, just, oh, sorry.
Yeah, so with the OCM representative, there was part of the legislation, like I have to look at what the number was, but it basically said that they should be considering the impact and quality of life. We asked the OCM representative to get back to us, but I don't know what anybody else has heard, but what I'm saying is I was able to find, some stipulation that said it's not just a distance, like we can log that, or OCM should be logging that too, like that could be a reason for the judgment, but we never got the guidance on that, so.
As unfortunately, we found out over the years, guidance from the OCM has been less than satisfactory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Limited.
Hello. Can it also be requested that residents can have 60 days notice rather than the typical 30 days? 2 signs displayed on the windows under scaffolding and the view is very obstructed. Passerbys are not noticing the sign in the neighborhood and therefore unable to give feedback in a timely manner. Jesus, it's 30 days is law, right?
Right.
30 days is the law, and then we are allowed, the community board is allowed to request an additional 30 days, so long as we make that request within the initial 30 days. So out of habit, we just sort of request the 30 days.
Yeah. Okay, it also says I was notified about the above application in my neighborhood and would like to voice my concerns about this. This is a terrible idea for this to go up as it is underneath several residential buildings and on a street that unfortunately is prone to the homeless and mentally ill hanging around. This would cause residential building values to go down and cause additional and serious unwanted crowds in the area. Does this go for a vote in the next meeting or is this a done deal? No, we're voting on it. How can residents voice objections to this business opening here? Just did. Okay. Are there any, is there a representative for this establishment here?
Hi. Hi, my
thank
name
you.
is Fazia. I am the representative for this business.
Okay. And
Yep.
are you a principal or are you just representative?
Just a representative. I work with the management group that will be managing this business.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Do I hear any comments from members of the community?
I think you have a hand up in the.
Okay, I was looking the other way. Yeah. Yes.
Robin Bowers?
Yes, hi.
You
Yeah,
have
I'm
3 minutes.
I'm Robin Bowers. I've lived in Murray Hill for over 15 years. And I'm also a co-president of the PTA at PS 116, the elementary school that was referenced earlier. And I just wanted to voice my strong opposition to opening this location so close to the elementary school. And just, I agree with what else has been said on the issue and the concerns.
Thank you. Do I hear any?
No, there's another.
Oh, there's another hand up there.
Yeah, and before Ben speaks, I'll introduce Ben Morden. He's the former president of the CEC for District 2 and one of the 2 current elected representatives from Manhattan to the Citywide Council on High Schools.
Oh, okay, sir.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
I just heard about this yesterday from a parent, and I was kind of shocked. Being the CECG2 former president, we had a number of these issues, similar issues, but they had to do with unlicensed shops, and having now a licensed shop. It's my understanding that one of the applications is about 488 feet or so from the PS 116, and I'm not even sure that the PS 116 community is fully aware of this. I'm glad to hear that the PTA president is here today and spoke to it. But yeah, I spoke with the CECD2 current president, and he wasn't aware of what of this application and the other application as well. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I've heard from many parents and educators that cannabis is an issue in high school students, and to hear that another shop is so close to a high school or a number of schools there. It's in the Norman Thomas building. That's a concern too. But what I heard earlier is that Community Board 6 can put a 30-day pause on this. I really do think that both school communities should be aware of these shops, whether they meet the criteria or not. They are within the corridor of of students and families walking to both schools. And so it is a community issue, and I'm fairly certain many in the community are unaware. So given that I just heard about it yesterday, and I'm also in the area, I would think others would want to have the opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, and I'm going to go back to what I said a little bit earlier, that the legality of the shop is not in question because it does abide by the distance rules. Now, if this is not good for the community, or any community for that matter, then this is something that should be taken up by the legislature, which passed those rules. We're not here to tell what the legislature should do. We may recommend, and we'll be doing that in a special meeting that we'll have on May 13th to talk about the proposed changes in the distance rules. But currently, we have to abide by whatever the OCM has in its rule book and regulations.
Can I speak to that? Because earlier, I don't know who the other gentleman or community board member disclosed that OMB has some guidance on this, and that your community board has to further get guidance from them on this guidance. So I'm not sure how you could then proceed to a vote, how you can make a motion to a vote if you're uncertain of the guidance as it impacts the community, and how that weighs in on the vote. And furthermore, you did also mention, or one of the community board members mentioned, that the 30-day, there could be an additional 30 days notice given, so that the community can be aware of these applications.
Thank you. Jesus, you want to talk to that 30-day?
Mr. Morton, so here's how it works. When a notification for a cannabis dispensary comes to the community board, a 30-day clock starts that day. As soon as we possibly can log it, and we try to make it available to the public on our website. We've recently started keeping a running agenda, as it were, of applications that come in, so that the public can become aware of it as soon as possible. So the 30-day clock starts when we receive the notification from the cannabis applicant. And then there can be an additional 30 days if we request it, which we almost always do. So that's a total of 60 days from the day we receive the cannabis application. Now, within that time, we have our regularly scheduled meetings, we have our regularly scheduled full board meetings, our general board meetings. Though that is where the final resolution must be voted on and passed. While the 60 days is 60 days from when we get the notification of the cannabis application, the timing of our meetings doesn't always fit that. So, in a lot of times, we don't actually get to use the full 60 days, like in this case. The 60 days is sometime in early June, but we will already have had a full board meeting in mid-May, and we'll have another one in mid-June. So the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks of that will be lost. But what I would say is, for both Ms. Bowers and Mr. Morton, especially since cannabis issues are of great concern to folks who have children in school, please encourage your fellow parents, your fellow teachers to regularly look at the Community Board 6 calendar, especially the agenda for the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee. They will get a heads up as to what applications are coming. While we don't expect everyone's life to revolve around the community board, it's always good to have our calendar page bookmarked so that every once in a while you can take a quick look at it and see if there's anything on the agenda for any of our committees that might be of interest to you or to people in your community.
Yes.
Yeah, I would just like to make a point that, A, we need to keep the issues separate, legal versus illegal shops, and not illegal shops, there's a way of dealing with. And with regard to this particular application, Anton stated the truth, that it is technically within the guidelines of the Office of Cannabis Management. It's 488 feet from the school when you look at Google Maps by the foot, but it is around the corner, not on the same street. However, we as a community board are trying to find our way as to how to work with a usually unresponsive OCM. So therefore, I'm going to be voting against approving this, personally, to send them with the stipulation that we inform OCM why we're doing it. That's how I'm feeling.
Yes.
Why, how can you, I mean,
because
I think we can be against it, but how can you be against something that's considered?
Because we're still trying to figure out what role a community board plays in these things, and I think we have a right to say that the community doesn't like this.
Well, that's the whole point, whether
That's
it's
what-
legal
even if
or
it's legal.
illegal.
Yeah, that's what we did.
The point is we're to represent the community, and the voice of the community is speaking to us.
Just
And
like the Hallmark
whether it's
situation.
legal or illegal or not.
Yes, and
So I feel the same way. I mean, I feel like if the other, well, nuance.
You want me to sit with you?
If there's, if there were no illegal shops like across the street, I think we'd be having a little bit of a different conversation. And that's a real concern because like, I mean, we really want to get rid of the illegal ones because those are the ones that are letting teenagers presumably
That's exactly
buy cannabis, and the legal ones don't because they check your ID when you go in, right?
you can't get past the front
You
door.
can't get past the front door,
Even I couldn't.
right? So seriously,
I know it looked like a teenager.
but, my other concern is, so, and this is kind of a broader discussion that maybe we want to have on May 13th, that we have 2 applications for licenses tonight. And they are, I did the same Google Maps things, they are 350 feet
Right.
away from each other,
Exactly.
right? So clearly they can't both be there. One of them does have an executed lease, which was one of my first red flags for Flintstones, and one of them does not. I think honestly, the whole system of, like, it's weird that you need an executed lease before you can get a license.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I really sympathize with the view that there's a quality of life issue for the community, and it is not. The community is really opposed to this, but I'm trying to do a little bit of a what if, like, what if there were not those two other ones, like, and I guess I would ask the folks who have spoken, if there were not two other ones there, but there was this one legal one that isn't gonna sell weed to kids, would you feel better about that?
By the way,
Just, I don't want to interrupt. I am the other applicant. I'm representing the other applicant. We do have a signed lease as well. So you have a further conundrum. You have two applicants for two very close sites.
Not
both
all
leases.
leases are executed, only one
Have
of them.
executed lease.
right, and under the proximity protection that the OCM provides, only one of these two
Right, can get it,
can get the license.
right, like, and
Three hundred
that's,
fifty feet, that's within a 1,000-foot
right,
radius. Not same block radius from one to the other.
yeah, then that was my, like, what do we do, like, we vote for one and not the other, like, I don't know. Cause, I mean, or do we vote for both and say,
And then the OCM has to
OCM
make a
has to figure
decision.
it out?
Yeah.
Well, can I add, I'd like to add, I'm the principal with Indoor J1. I'd like to add that we have received proximity protection from the LCM along with an executed lease.
So you represent which?
Indoor J1 Ventures.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so this is Alexis?
Yeah, this is Alexis.
Right.
And at the appropriate time, I'd like to address some of the issues that were brought up at the appropriate time.
Yes.
Okay. Just a quick question, Alexis, do you have any other dispensaries?
Yes, I am part owner of a dispensary in Los Angeles.
And hi, my name is Fozzie. I work with the management group who will be managing this dispensary, J1, and we do have experience managing a dispensary on 8th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan.
And I want to add one more other thing about the misconception of somebody mentioned Flintstone, and we don't have any relationship with them. I don't know them. I've never met him, but I do know that they were based on talking with a reporter from New York Times that they were submitting applications that weren't all the up and up for notice to municipalities. So again, I have nothing to do with that organization, as one person said that they had previously applied at this location. So I just want to get that clear.
Yes, we saw your name on one of the applications from Mr. Flynn.
Yes, and that was submitted without my consent. Like I said, I never had any conversation with him. We have no written agreements, and it's quite concerning to me because Axel Burnaby, the former architect of the LCM regulations, is listed as his attorney, and that raises red flags to me. And I've talked with CB6, I believe, not CB6, CB2, the location where he submitted this fraudulent notice to municipality, and we're on the same page, and we've been trading notes, and I don't think that we've heard the end of this activity yet.
Do you want to hear a consensus on the committee one way or the other?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm talking to the committee members.
I think this might be one we have to vote on.
So
I don't wanna-
I do want to say there, Mr. Cohen does have his hand raised again.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Yep, I'll keep it much briefer than that. This issue of the illegal shops and whether that makes a difference, in reality, it sort of does, but in theory and in principle, no, it doesn't. This should not be open this close to two schools. It's just wrong. And the process by which you're considering this rush to approve this is completely unnecessary. As was stated, people didn't know about this. The school parents didn't know about it. The notice was given under a construction sign. The way this was handled is absolutely atrocious. So just defer this and allow at least a thoughtful debate. And again, this is just a horrible thing for the community. It's a horrible process that you're going through. And whether it's the Cannabis Commission, whatever they're called, you can't just do their dirty work. If they're negligent about some of these things, don't just go along with it. Actually show some principle and stop it, at least halt it until all the facts can be gathered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I just want to defend this committee and say we spend an awful lot of time looking at these cannabis applications. We have turned down more than a few. We do listen to the community, and to say that we are the lapdogs of the OCM is completely untrue. We make independent decision here. If the OCM doesn't like it, that's not our concern. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I mean, we've had meetings where there's a whole discussion with OCM because we disagreed with a lot of the regulations and everything. But sometimes I think that people assume that because we're false, there are certain legal regulations, and like that doesn't mean people lean or don't lean a certain way. But that's a really offensive comment that he said based on I'm volunteering here and I've taken a lot of time.
I'm thinking
And
Douglas
to say,
doesn't
I don't know, maybe, well, I'm
understand.
saying I'm not, it could out of ignorance, but to call me a lapdog like that's, I'm not mad, but that's offensive.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost enough to make me change my vote, but I'm still gonna vote against it, so be careful.
Yeah, no, Douglas, I take it from what you said, because I don't know, it's called Office of Cannabis Management. That you just maybe don't understand how CB6 works and the way we sit here and go through all of these applications, and we're definitely not always agreeing with OCM. It's become a real mess.
Yes,
And we're here for you.
Further, we have at least for a year or so, or a year and a half, we have directly, indirectly asked for clarification on many of their rules and regulations. And we have not been satisfactorily answered.
Yeah.
We even had the OCM make a presentation to us, into which
Still not.
they still were very non-transparent.
Yeah.
So we're trying our best over here. We hear the community, we know what the legal aspects are, I think, and we make, I hope, a sound judgment based on all the inputs.
So, Fazia has her hand raised.
I'm sorry?
Fazia, the representative, has her hand raised.
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. I know that we were having a lot of conversations around, the concerns in the neighborhood, and I wanted to be able to address it in a way where there's a level of understanding that we have as well. Coming from, the cannabis industry, I have been managing, our 8th Avenue dispensary in Midtown Manhattan, and I will say, we faced a lot of different struggles being in that area, considering there's tourism, there's people of all kinds of walks of life walking through there. You've got, we even have like harm reduction facilities that are in the area. And we had that neighborhood, just Midtown Manhattan, had a plethora of illegal, unlicensed dispensaries, or whatever you will call them, smoke shops. And our presence alone has driven more than, I want to say, 60% of the unlicensed facilities operating in that area. And it has been noted through OCM and through, dispensary owners that they're also finding that the presence of legal businesses, legal cannabis businesses, does make a difference on the unlicensed market. It does drive them out. And I know that there's already a concern regarding the fact that there are 2 unlicensed businesses or illegal smoke shops in the area. Granted, I don't know how that will affect your neighborhood in particular, but seeing it in such a high traffic neighborhood that I'm currently in, and watching that happen in real time over the year now that we've been operating has been a tremendous improvement in the neighborhood, for sure. I know there was also the concern about, the schools that are in the area and the concerns of the parents, and that is completely understandable. However, with these cannabis facilities, we are required by the Office of Cannabis Management to ensure that there is no visibility into our stores of product or any mention of it on the outsides of our store. There is no soliciting, there is no advertising of any kind that is allowed by OCM standards. And the reason for this is to mitigate the issue when it comes to the attraction to children or the attraction to minors. And the way that we have it currently with our store located on 8th Avenue is it is kept hidden. We have a reception wall that covers the majority of the inside of our store from the outside. The name is just indoor. There is nothing that, appeals to children regarding the name of it. It's simply just called indoor. And therefore it is, I don't know if I can find the right word for it, but it is hidden and it is very much only available to adults. And on top of that, we are very much covered with security, unlike the liquor stores that are in the neighborhood currently that do not have security, that do not have any second, checks and balances for making sure that who they're selling to is indeed, in fact, an adult. We do have passport readers, we have ID readers, we have all the scanning possible and multiple forms of security, including security cameras and where they're located on the outsides of the stores, protecting the streets by looking up and down the streets on both sides. We also do have access to cameras that are on the inside of the store, watching customers as they're being verified. There is technology as well with the cameras through a company called Solink, where we're able to see and identify people through the cameras. So, AI is helping us in that way. But there are lots of measures in place that OCM has thought of to ensure that who we're selling to is the right people. And so far with our operations in our store located on 8th Avenue, we've been able to mitigate that very well. We've never had any issues. And in a high traffic area like that, where you could maybe assume that someone could slip by, we've never experienced it. Our security guards are trained. Our security guards are well aware of the standards that OCM has set. And also given the community board that we were involved in Midtown, they're very well aware of the procedures that we have in place to make sure that this doesn't happen. So I did want to just shed some light on that to make sure that that information was clear and out there for you guys. And of course, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or any concerns anybody has.
I have a question about the former tenant that was there. How much were they paying for rent and how much what is the proposed rent on the new place, on this cannabis shop?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I personally don't have any knowledge of what the rental agreement is, as I simply just manage the business.
That was our rental agreement was submitted to CB6, so you should have that in your possession along with the rider attached that indicates the rent that you inquired about.
Can you tell me what it is? What it was?
I don't have a copy right in front of me, but I believe it was
40,000.
I'm sorry.
23,000 a month or so, but yeah.
40 to 45,000.
So before it was how much? And then now it is.
We don't know.
Oh, we don't know what it was before. And the tenant that was there before, I'm just curious as to why they didn't know that they were closing.
I mean, we're not the landlord. We don't have any knowledge of that. So I would not answer that. We're just a new tenant.
Let me, I think better ask that. Did you secure this location through a broker? Was it available as a location to put your establishment?
This was done through a broker, yes.
Which means to me that the landlord put the place up for lease. Okay, but in any case, you do have a fully executed lease.
That's correct. And we as I mentioned earlier, we have received proximity protection from the OCM.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
As
about-
I mentioned earlier, we have received proximity protection for this location from the OCM.
That's interesting. So
Yeah,
we don't have to
we
take a look at the next cannabis application if that's the case.
When did that happen? And when was the
Yeah.
community informed?
Because I tried looking that up on the proximity protection.
Yeah.
And
We
I didn't
just-
see,
Yeah, we received that this week. As you know, we share your concerns about the non-responsiveness of the OCM. It just, sometimes you just won't hear from them for a couple of weeks. There seems like they're overworked there and understaffed.
So,
yes, and
okay, so I have a couple of questions which you may have already answered. The name, I want to confirm that the name of the licensed entity is Indoor J1 Ventures.
Yes, incorporated. And
Okay,
that's not the DBA name, which hasn't been finalized yet, but most likely it will be Indoor.
okay. The second question is, what is the application number?
Sorry, are you asking about our license number?
Oh, yes, application or license number. Because I think it goes from an application number to a license number, but I thought until an application was approved, it was only an
Yeah.
application. number.
It's OCM CAURDP dash 2023 dash 000153.
Try that a little bit more
Please
slowly,
repeat that for
please,
the
yes.
notes.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's OCM CAURDP dash 2023 dash 000153.
okay, so you're applying under the current regulations.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we were a card applicant, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of what leads to my third question, which is the name of any other individuals who are TPI or directly or indirectly involved with the business.
Yes, we do have 5 additional TPIs members.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to follow up with you with their email contacts, or I mean their contacts, as well as any other information that you might.
So, and are you willing for us to hold this over until then?
Hold this
Like,
over till, I'm sorry, till when?
Till, like, hold this over to next month, till we, get that information.
Yeah, this year
We
we
don't have
we
to-
have-
That's not,
The time limit is,
let's,
we tried.
I think that's the question for the, for the CB6. It's been a long road, and we have a limited time to open up and be operational, and so the clock is ticking.
of course.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the committee, would be willing to address this on the 13th?
Well, I move to reject it,
And
but, so,
What do you think?
I'm not entirely comfortable, but I'm not, I'm not sure it's passing the smell test, but I'm not sure there's anything I can point to.
yeah, there's a lot.
Is there anything with the smell test that you feel that we can answer now that would change your thought on this, or?
Well, can you talk to me
That's pretty
about
vague.
Can you talk to me about what happened at CB8 last month? Because I think you had an application there that was withdrawn.
Yes, that was, I believe that was withdrawn because we weren't not able to finalize the lease. And I believe that was for 152 72nd or 73rd Ave.
150 East 72nd.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
I'm comfortable with the distinction between, you know, the OCM's technical requirements, which technically this facility meets, and our, what I feel is obligation as a community board to express the views of the community. So I'm comfortable opposing this on the grounds that the community has problems with. That's my personal.
And I
Could
second
could
that.
I poll the members?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with John because I think we're representing the community. I'm not comfortable that OCM has not gotten back to us on many of those issues that we had at our last meeting. And we have these, you know, the community board 2 resolutions to discuss. So I'm not in favor of going forward with that.
Michael Allen?
I'm not in favor either.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so tempted to abstain, even though I know that's meaningless.
Abstain.
I know. I mean, I kind of feel like it's all the more important these days to follow the law. And I think the law.
But we're here to represent the community.
Well, but we're also are here to say like, okay, these guys haven't done anything wrong. And as far as we know, they haven't.
Yeah,
So-
there's, I mean, it's already been mentioned that there's 2 nearby illegal CBD shops and they're selling untested products. And that's a public health risk to the community. And with regards to the proximity distance to schools, we exceed that. We have on the local map, we have this location being 568 feet away from PS 16, the nearest, I guess that's elementary, and 813 feet away from the Success Academy, and neither one of them are located on the same street. So again, you know, we've done our homework, and we want to be good neighbors. We want to comply. I'm a parent myself of a straight A student, and I share your concerns about underage cannabis use. So with that said, you know, we're trying to run a boutique cannabis, not a CBD smoke shop that skirts the rules. Our license is at stake. You know, if we screw up, the license is gone. We have a lot invested in this. And this means a lot to me, and it's been a long, hard struggle. And yeah, we want to be good neighbors.
No. So Anton, what's your thinking on this?
You know, I'm divided like you. It's legal. It complies with the law and OCM regulations as we know it. But we also have to listen to the community. I'm a little disappointed that there are 2 cannabis shops that are illegal. And I have not heard any member of the community say, well, we've reported them to the OCM or used 311. So, you know, the fact that there's been this non-action by the community for these illegal shops leaves me a little breathless in terms of the negative feedback we seem to be hearing for this legal shop.
Can we table
Right.
it until
No,
the May
that's what I
13th
asked.
too? Is about,
No.
like, you know?
No, and I guess,
If you're going to be let's take a step back.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk of this May 13th meeting. Are you meeting on May 13th or not?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have
Yeah.
my calendar with me, but I think I can make it.
I mean, that's an important
If you're meeting on
resolution.
May 13th, you can defer this until May 13th. Given the complexities involved,
Yeah.
it may be advisable to take some time to think about your, hash out your thoughts.
Yeah.
And then put the resolution forward on May 13th. Unless you're gonna sit here and just sort of bang all that out live.
No, it's,
Yeah, so.
we could be there another hour just talking about this.
Yeah.
I recommend as chair that we table this until the 13th. We'll have more time to review this, and it still will meet the timeline requirements, because the next day we can send our
Go to the full
recommendation
board.
to the full board.
Yeah,
And-
which I will not be at. Sorry, horseshoe
But
crabs,
there'll be 40 some odd other people, so.
just saying.
Maybe new members.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would second Anton's.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally.
All right, thank you very
But
much.
please do make sure that we have those other TPI associates for that.
Mr. Bronson, we'll send you an email with some additional information that we'd like. And Fazia, can you, just for the record, give us your last name? Hello, Fazia?
No, she's muted.
Well, Alexis must know. Alexis, do you? Mhm.
Alexis, what is Fazia's last name?
I
Hello?
don't have it here on the email. I don't.
You don't
have-
know the name of the person who you've charged to run your business?
This is not good.
Who's she?
I'm sorry, what that?
You don't know the last name of the person whom you've charged to run your business?
No, I've been working with Yalda, the project manager for Stonewell Management.
Onion peels even further.
Yeah, that's the person's name. We had a.
Yeah,
that's the name-
Yalda Big Laurie, so that's who my contact has been. And Fazia was I was in contact with her
So,
We'll submit some questions to you in writing.
Okay, thank you for your
I'll send
time.
you some.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
After all that.
Okay, so that's been tabled till
Wow.
May 13th. Okay, item number 15, new cannabis application for retail dispensary license for 5507 103rd LLC doing business as to be determined at 210 East 34th Street. Is there a representative available?
Hi, good evening. My name is Wei Hugh. I'm the attorney for Kenny Wang. He's on the phone right now as well. I just want to, really echo sort of, what Fazia said. We are a firm believer that licensed legal dispensaries will push out and encourage further state enforcement against illegal, unlicensed dispensaries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, proximity protection appears to have been given to the prior applicant because you're located 350 feet away from 514 Third Avenue.
I just checked on a local map just literally like 5 seconds ago. It does not on the local map, which OCM uses to designate site protection. Respectfully, Mr. Bronson's application has not appear on that map. So I don't have any, neither I nor the public have any information that he has secured site protection. I think
Usually the map doesn't update that quickly, by the way. Even right now, we've been hearing some reports from other dispensary owners or folks that are getting into the business that the map hasn't been updating, and it hasn't been accurate over the last 2 to 3 weeks.
Fazia, what is your last name?
Sure. My last name is Naglen. That's N as in Nancy, Aglen.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries.
Where
And
is
we did receive proximity protection earlier this week. So it was just a couple days ago.
So.
no. So I mean, listen, I have no knowledge that they have received site protection, and I would respectfully defer to OCM, in their apportionment and their designation of site protection for each license. If in fact Mr. Bronson and his parties do receive it, we gotta look somewhere else. In full disclosure, I'm a father of 2 young daughters. I live in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Preventing illicit cannabis going to minors is something forefront of my mind. And also in full disclosure, I operate another dispensary called Lenox Hill Cannabis Co. on 334 East 73rd Street. In our experience, Ever since we arrived, the 6 unlicensed and illegal cannabis retailers were shut down. Just like Fozzie had said, is that dispensaries are, it's not our intention not to be bright and shiny with flashing lights. Our exterior decor will be opaque. People cannot see in. What we intend, if we are granted the site, is to be named Murray Hill Cannabis Co. Just because it's near Murray Hill, and I operate another dispensary near Lenox Hill called Lenox Hill Cannabis Co. But in essence, we do believe there's a huge advantage to having a licensed dispensary in a neighborhood. I think we believe it promotes benefit, providing access of employment to people while minimizing the risks of youth getting in contact with it or obtaining it.
Thank you, sir. Do I hear any comments from members of the community? Okay, do you hear any comments from members of the committee?
I wanted to ask exactly I was trying to find 210. Is that where POPOE is, or to the left of it, or?
Yeah, I think it's I think there's a Vietnamese restaurant. So there's a little awning 212, and that's the restaurant. Yeah. So Guy is the real estate broker. It used to be a Mexican restaurant. What he told me was that they were previously charged $25,000 a month, and then we would be charged the same amount of $25,000 per month. That store was we're not pushing anyone out. It was vacated because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we're providing. We would like to fix it up and make it a dispensary for great commercial activity.
And right next door is a closed smoke shop.
Yeah. There was an illegal smoke shop. I think it was between these this block, and there was lineups of bicycles outside the establishment. So I don't know if that was the one.
No, I think that goes to the Babylon Restaurant. No.
This isn't, I'm not talking about.
Those are deliveries for Babylon.
Yeah, no, but I'm just wondering. I was trying to find exactly where 210 was on the map.
Yeah, there used to be a Mediterranean restaurant there
Right.
before COVID and it closed.
Right.
I'm thinking that's the.
That's the Mexican behind the tree. It's really behind. Next, that's the Vietnamese one. It's to the we were looking at it, screen to the left. Yeah, that one. Yes, yes.
Well, we can't do anything about it, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be taped, like.
Well.
Also, in full disclosure, we do not meet the distance requirements. We are 996 feet away from another dispensary on 30th Street. We are working with OCM to secure what's called a public convenience and advantage waiver. We believe that distance of 4 feet is really negligible or de minimis in the sense that it's almost 1,000 feet, and we are in a much more commercial area than the 30th Street location. And we would think that because of its available access to public transportation, it would be benefited there.
Okay. Unlike our prior applicant, we have not received any response from the community one way or the other. Neither email, via Zoom, or in person.
Was there a sign up or anything, or about them opening?
5507-103, Third LLC. I did look it up, and they do have the other
Yeah, I was gonna
dispensary.
say they have the,
Yeah.
and I think they did have. I usually made notices when they did not have a sign,
But they're so close together, prior applications, so
around the
close
corner.
together, so are we?
Well,
I'm
the
sorry.
question is,
but apparently they both.
I
have.
think there's a question about the proximity protection.
Yeah.
That only the OCM can answer.
Yep.
And the question is,
Good luck with that.
if we approve this, then and we don't know whether they have proximity protection or not. We could be obviating approval for the prior applicant. So I think, unfortunately.
I think OCM splits the baby, it's I'm not sure if it's first in to email them, whatever. but I think OCM has some internal mechanism to.
I think until and unless we get a definitive understanding from the OCM on proximity protection, I would not consider approving either of these until we have the information on which to make a decision.
Yeah.
I mean, we could.
I can follow up with our notice that we received from the OCM granting the proximity protection. So again, just follow up with what other information you'd like from me, and I'll send it off to you right away.
Okay, I hate to ask the committee again, will we consider this on May 14th?
Yeah,
13th?
yeah, I think that's appropriate.
And hopefully we'll have more information.
Yes.
Move on to the rest of it.
You know, but in terms of legality and everything, it seems to be that they are abiding again by the regulations from the OCM as we now know them. But as we also know from the OCM, they're very, very poor on alacrity.
They're right up with EDC. I would say.
What I want to say is thank you guys so much for your time. I feel bad for you guys. You guys are getting, stones thrown at you by the public, but I do want the public to know that OCM is only to date. I'm also a cannabis attorney. OCM is only to date. They have not followed any guidance of any municipality or community board. So whenever the distance requirements are met, so that's how OCM has been. There's been other instances where it was far more aggravating to have the dispensary there, but OCM has rejected every single recommended denial whenever the distance requirements are met. So
I understand what you're saying, but from a legal perspective, we have to make our comments, whether the OCM or SLA takes that into account. That's not our purview. Our purview is to represent the community, and if the community feels the way we voted, well, let the OCM and the SLA make their decision.
100%. I just want to say sorry. I feel bad for you guys. You guys get the slings and arrows attacked at you. So I just always want to put it out there, just let you guys know.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
The office will be in contact with you, and we're looking forward to having all the information. So on May 13th, when we meet next, which is a special meeting just for this, we'll be able to make a decision one way or the other.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay. All right, going on. Let's try to get
More people.
At least I'm sorry for you.
Oh, God.
And we all spend at least the same amount of time reviewing these things.
Yes, seriously. I was gonna say that homework takes us long.
Air and.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we can
open the
open
window.
again, have that as-
Yeah, maybe demonstrations finished.
We're on number 15.
We did take.
Number
care of some.
16.
16, yeah.
Okay, alteration for on-premises liquor license for 66 Irving LLC doing business as Pete's Tavern, 129 East 18th Street, 66 Irving Place. Okay, we approved the sidewalk cafe at the 9/11/24 board meeting.
Yeah.
And this is just an alteration to the State Liquor Authority. Okay.
Any critiques or any concerns?
No.
To
Pizza.
to ratify.
No, this is what I'm sorry, Justin is goading me here.
Goading you like the greatest of all time? Or is it-
No, I meant with the G, but I'll take the T.
Okay, okay,
Wait, did you finish, Anton?
I'm not finished.
Yeah.
Is there a representative for Pete's here? All right,
Yes.
thank you. Did I saw someplace that there was an issue regarding holiday lighting? Am I mistaken?
No.
No issue.
Wow.
There may have been somebody else who was complaining
No,
about.
no, no, there was somebody who complained and about noise and lights and fairly dramatic pictures, but.
Right.
But but it sounds like that was resolved, right?
I don't know.
The lights are not up
I'm-
anymore.
There it
It's a
is.
holiday light,
Yeah.
so.
I didn't receive a complaint about it.
Jesus, did we have something? Did we get something?
Yeah, I think our package said
Yeah.
there had been a complaint, but it was resolved.
The photo of the holiday light is in the questionnaire field. Okay. Northern Star is, Pete's Star is extremely bright Christmas lights all over their building since November 1st, and as well as big blow up Christmas decorations on their roof. Yay, that's the spirit.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Okay, okay. Any comments from members of the community regarding Pete's Tavern?
No. Oh, sorry.
I mean, you are, but.
Seeing none. Any comments from members of the committee on Pete's Tavern's application?
So I have no comment on this specifically. I think go for it. Like, I'm fine with it.
Okay,
But I kind of feel like as a process question, as I mentioned before, if we have approved
Before.
an external dining location
right.
for a location where we have also approved the SLA, an SLA
Mhm. That's an
application,
extension.
we should
Just
say yes.
move on.
Well, I agree. That's what we're trying to do to get
Right,
this.
so, but can we make that like a process thing that,
Yes.
We
Yes.
can,
Yes.
but processes take a little while to
Yeah.
really take hold. So, but if you wanted to do it now, there are actually 4 applicants that meet that criteria.
indeed,
Yeah, I
To meet
think,
those criteria now. So Brian, can you pull up the combo reso? We spoke with Anton, we mocked up a reso that essentially would put 4 resos into one.
yeah,
And
say,
Oh, that's
we've
cool.
already approved this.
that's
and-
cool.
so Brian, let's put it up. This
Ooh,
might,
this is nifty work.
See, and we're
They
ahead of you.
always do.
Well, no, it makes sense
but
because
what
when I
would
was looking at it,
suggest,
same thing.
while we put it up, let's actually, before we put it up, let's actually hear from the other ones. Anton, do you mind if I just take the wheel for like 2 seconds?
Sure, 2 seconds. 2
Okay.
seconds are up.
All right, just for 2 minutes then. All right, in the interest of this, is there someone here from Task Bar and Kitchen? Don't go away, Mr. Egan. We're gonna try to.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there someone here from Murray Hill LLC doing business as Banter?
Yes.
Is Banter here?
Yeah, Mr. Brownstein.
Mr. Who?
Brownstein.
Brownski?
I could not hear that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you could just unmute,
There he is.
there you are.
Sorry about that. Thanks for having me this evening.
All right,
Okay.
wonderful. Is there someone here from Norma Sotolio Inc.?
Yes, I'm here. I'm representing both Normas.
Okay,
Great.
Great.
all right,
Even
so
better.
regarding, now I'm gonna talk to the community regarding Task Bar and Kitchen. Is there anyone from the community that has any comments on that? Okay, doesn't look like it. Regarding Banter Murray Hill, is there anyone from the community that has comments on that? Doesn't look like it. And regarding Norma Sotolio Inc., is there anyone from the community that has comments on that? Okay. Does the committee have questions on any of those applications?
Now, we're talking about item 21, Sicania LLC.
No,
No.
we're talking about items 22,
Oh, 22.
19,
Mhm.
17,
Mhm.
and 16.
Mhm.
They have all been heard before by this
Yep.
committee for dining
Yeah.
out. They all had no comments back then. No
Mhm.
comments from the committee or the public. They seem pretty open and shut. Okay,
Good.
Brian, hit it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so,
You want me to do it?
yes.
All right, so we have a resolution regarding alterations to the existing liquor licenses for four previously heard sidewalk and or roadway cafe license applicants to authorize alcohol consumption in their new outdoor setup. Whereas the following applicants appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24, 2025. 66 Irving LLC, doing business as Pete's Tavern at 129 East 18th Street, and 66, also known as 66 Irving Place. Murray Hills Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Cask Bar and Kitchen at 167 East 33rd Street. Banter Murray Hill LLC, doing business as Banter at 201 East 31st Street, and Satolio Inc., doing business as Norma at 438 3rd Avenue. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee heard the above applicants dining out NYC sidewalk and or roadway cafe license applications at previous meetings. Whereas a dining out NYC license alone does not authorize an applicant to sell or serve alcoholic beverages in their outdoor setup, so the applicant must obtain authorization to do so by filing an alteration application with the SLA. Whereas the CB6 Business Affairs and Licensing Committee has no comments about the above applicants' alteration applications to extend their current SLA licenses to their new outdoor setups. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against the applicants' alteration applications. Therefore, be it resolved that Manhattan Community 6 has no comment on the above applicant's alteration applications.
Do we have a resolution to adopt the motion recommending approval on these four applicants for dining out New York City Cafe and Roadway Cafe applications?
It's no comment.
No comment, sorry. SLA.
Yes, I so move.
Second.
Do I hear any objections? Unanimously approved. Okay, 4-1.
Good work.
All right, so that
Yeah,
takes
that's a
care of
great-
16, that takes care of 17,
Thank
18
you.
done, that takes care of 19.
20,
No, 20 was.
It takes care of
Ryan.
22, so we're back to 20.
And
What about
21.
And that's also.
didn't
I thought we said 22
I thought we
was
said
the
20.
beginning.
we
That was
did
the
number 11
Orion.
already, which
Oh, but
is,
we didn't approve that before, I don't think, the
well,
skill.
you know.
Yeah, I have it as an.
Orion Diner and Grill, 395 Second Avenue, was approved earlier.
Was not the alteration.
Oh,
Because that was.
all right. We approved the
We approved the dining out.
the DOT.
Yeah.
Can we add the alteration to this resolution that we approved already?
Well,
Or do we want to do this?
Fiscardo, Orion, that was the establishment with the
The
inactive. liquor
question
license.
of the, yeah.
Okay, all right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting and being
Yeah.
patient.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
All right. Okay, alteration for wine, beer, and cider license for Scardo Incorporated, doing business as Orion Diner and Grill at 395 Second Avenue. Are there any comments from the community?
Sorry, we're good to go, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you
Okay,
are.
thank you.
Any comments from members of the committee?
Well, I think Ann already raised the concern
Which,
with Orion, Fiscardo,
We did number
they're the
11.
diner.
at 11, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we did that.
Yeah, I thought
That was already
that was
clumped in
already.
together.
a
I
lot.
thought we did
Yeah, I
just
thought they were
one,
both
So-
on.
but yeah, so we skipped it.
Well, we
Yeah, that
didn't
was-
consider the alteration because that's there were concerns about.
Right, but I thought we didn't
I
do
thought we did
either
one of them.
21.
21 is separate, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
No, but
Wait, what are
Orion,
we at now?
we did,
We're at 20.
yeah, so this is,
Which is connected to number 11.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because I
Oh, so
thought,
we just didn't,
right.
okay.
I thought 20 and 11 were both kind of like, yeah, we're not dealing with
Well, yeah,
these
exactly.
until we
And
find
had,
out about
But 11,
the liquor license.
I thought we said okay because of the outside seating, cafe, but then the
The liquor.
20, the liquor, we can't do because he doesn't have, we
He
take.
doesn't have a liquor
He doesn't have
license.
a
Yeah.
liquor license.
Yeah.
We asked them to come back.
Which
It is, it
It's
is,
your problem.
it is a
What
problem.
we can do is we can reach out to the SLA and see if they can shed some light about
Yes.
whether
Yeah.
this license is active or not.
Exactly.
Right.
And you guys can then pass it at the May 13th meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if it's
It's just-
assuming it
So
is,
you're tabling 20 until May 13th?
Yeah, that should be either
I thought we
slam
already
dunk
had.
yes or no, and that's it.
I'm sorry,
Depending on what the SLA say, it's
Right.
either slam dunk yes
Yeah.
or no.
Right.
So he's aware that he
Totally.
needs to get this.
Yeah, we told him that, I mean, I
Yeah.
brought that in the
Okay,
notes.
yeah. So that- oh, I still say it.
All right. Thank you very much.
There.
Okay,
so does that mean we're up to
item
21?
21.
21.
So, thank
Wait,
you.
21, 20,
Yeah,
oh,
that's
21 and
Because
22.
you know, we
Yeah,
just
but
said
21 is a
thanks.
different
Oh,
location. Yeah,
Mr.
this
Okay.
is 22, yeah.
Mr. So-and-so, I think, is that
Okay.
the Orion guy? Is he still, is that him? He's.
Okay, item,
Representing different.
yeah, item 21,
Oh, wow.
alteration
Felt bad for him.
for wine, beer, and cider license for Sicania LLC doing business as Norma at 930 Second Avenue.
Right. That was different and, okay.
So,
Yeah,
one mistaken, did they also have a DOT application in there?
No.
I don't think so.
I thought I saw something on the.
No, they have another, they have an alteration for
This is
another
just-
location.
This is just.
So we have
license.
alterations for both Normas,
Right,
but we only received
Yeah.
the dining out application from one.
Which
And they're-
one? 438 or sorry, 930?
438.
438, so, okay. Okay,
So this alteration for Sicania Norma, Sicania LLC doing business as Norma, 930 Second Avenue.
yeah,
You have not seen
No.
the dining out application for that because we have not gotten it.
okay.
I believe they put a copy, an image of
Yes,
their.
they did.
Of their schematic,
Right,
The
that
actual
hasn't, but it hasn't been submitted to the DOT yet.
right.
Well,
We
it's been
reached
submitted
out-
to DOT,
but
but
we haven't.
DOT
received-
hasn't
They haven't
submitted it to
approved
us.
it.
Okay, okay, that's what I saw. Because I
If
had
I
a
may-
comment that would help them. The
Can I
fact
shed
is,
some light on this
they
issue?
set up on a cellar door and there's certain regulations regarding that the cellar door
Mhm.
requires locked, closed and reinforced
Well,
door.
I had a question about that too, because it said that if you're over a cellar door, like if there was another application that you have to submit. And I was like, where's
Really?
that application? Yeah, if you look at the,
The schematic,
no, not, it's not, what I was looking at was not on the schematic, it was like, it's
One of
like,
the-
I think it's like the bottom of that page. Like if you. I'm sorry, I can't,
No,
I-
you want. You say it?
my computer has a, if there's,
there it is, there it is. Put it up in the middle so we can,
well,
you
this
see
is the
that
cellar door, yeah.
left-hand
but-
side, right-hand side, it's directly on the cellar door.
right. There is an option that says, check here if you plan to place tables, chairs, and if so, complete the cellar or basement door certification.
Okay, so that's another,
Mm-hmm,
Oh.
And I was
me?
like, is there a cellar door certification?
I didn't.
It
know.
doesn't say that you can't do it, it just
the-
says,
Yeah, and I've got, presume the certification is gonna go along the lines of closed, locked and reinforced.
and,
Cellar door.
but, and also especially that you can still, you can access it.
Yeah,
Like that it's safe to put something on top of
Yeah.
it
Maybe
and
it
that.
is. It's the last box under furnished.
Yeah, so the question
Yes.
about an alteration for Sicania as Norma. They don't have the DOT approval yet, or we haven't received the DOT application yet for our comment. And apparently there's even more than just the application itself. You have to have a certification on the cellar door.
And would we receive that as part of the package?
No, probably not.
No, but then can we go back to the DOT and say, look, is there more to this?
We
Because
can,
that
but
is
in
cellar
the
door.
past, when we've done that, they're like.
Yeah, whatever.
Boil it.
I mean, because I feel like I don't really, like, I feel like John looks. It's like, you know, again, I feel like, except I thought we had already approved
Not this one.
No.
them,
There's the
so.
other one.
But is this license for outside as well? Is that what the point is?
Well, that's, I think,
This is,
Anton's
this is the
point.
license that they apply for once they have an approved dining out setup.
But SLA is basically
Because-
ahead of the game, so
No,
they,
No,
No,
they should,
they're
submit
putting
this.
out.
SLA hasn't done anything. They have submitted this. It's the
So they
applicant.
submitted this to us, but, and they may have submitted the DOT application as well, but that hasn't made its way to us.
Right,
Any comments?
but they are here.
Yeah,
I'm the representative, can I?
yeah.
Andy?
Hi, so this application was submitted together with the other normal application. I don't know why, for some reason, DOT didn't extend the application to you, but we did submit the architect seal for the cellar door to DOT. So I'm guessing, my assumption is that DOT hasn't sent that package over to committee board with all our applications and document files, including our pictures.
Yeah.
It's a little premature for us to look at this right now, so.
can we see
If
this
possible,
next
can I
meeting?
send all those documents to you?
Whatever it is.
Well, one, given that the dining out has not even reached us, that will be at your end of May meeting anyway. I reached out to SLA asking them, hey, can they sort of reverse the order, put the cart before the horse?
Yeah.
They did not know. They're looking into it. Look, this stuff is still fairly new, even the SLA.
Yeah.
So,
I would
Can we
suggest that we table this to our May regular meeting, not the special meeting.
Yeah.
Do we
What I
have,
would
do we
say-
have time?
what I would suggest,
Yeah.
I don't know what
Everything on the
SLA is
special
gonna
meeting.
tell us. And their clock for these kinds of applications, these alterations is, more rigid than for others. So,
But it seems like he clumped it.
Like, I'm kind of inclined to approve it as a like preemptive, like, because if they don't get the roadway cafe approval, it's sort of irrelevant whether they have the SLA approval, right?
On the other hand, I'm always the devil's advocate.
No, indeed,
On the other
as
hand,
you should be.
we approve something that is not gonna happen.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel right to me.
Can we go to the next meeting?
We gotta have it, you have to have, why should we approve something that hasn't happened yet? It may not happen for all we know.
why don't we do this? SLA typically is more responsive than OCM, so we'll probably get a response from them a little sooner. Let's see what they say. And then if this needs to be at the May 13th meeting, then it will. But if it doesn't, then it can.
Then it will
it
hold
can be-
over. And if they respond in time for the May 13th meeting, I don't think it'll be a long discussion.
No,
There.
no, that's a prior one, it's gonna be pretty much hard, yes or no.
Yeah.
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 Okay,
Does that work for you guys?
yeah, works for me.
And for all we know, the dining out may have come by then.
Yeah,
They
right,
come
yeah.
once a week.
Yeah.
So.
So I have a question. For the rest of, what we have to do, can we, do it for the people that are sitting here waiting?
Well, we don't have much more to go,
I know, but maybe we can ask them so that they can.
and many of these are laid over already. So, you don't mind, you've got to go with the agenda. Let's just talk fast. Item 24, new application temporary retail permit for on-premises liquor license for 1988 Saints LLC doing business Nino's Ristorante at 405 East 52nd Street. They didn't make the CB6 questionnaire. They did.
Sorry to interrupt. For Sacania, will I be seeing you next month then for Sacania's location?
So we're not sure which meeting Sacania will be. there.
So we need to hear from the DOT. We need your application from the DOT for Sacania. And we also need guidance from the SLA about whether we can even approve an alteration for a dining out setup that hasn't even been given to us yet. So we need to see with them about that. So we might be able to invite you back to our May 13th meeting, or if not, we have a meeting at the end of May where hopefully we can invite you to that one. But at this meeting right now, we can't take action on this, given that it's come to us before even the dining out application has.
I see. Okay, I understand. Hopefully DOT sends the application soon because I'm just waiting to approve this application.
Wait,
You just slid that in.
Alright.
if you understand, you're
Slid that
in
in.
better shape than we are.
Okay, thank you
I
very much.
sympathize.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we? Nino's Ristorante.
Anybody here from Nino's?
Anybody here from Nino's? Good. Do I have any comments or hear any comments from members of the community?
Code value. Hi.
Ouch.
Okay. Do I hear any comments from members of the committee?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. There were kind of two Lavalettas, like one was on the corner and one was up 52nd Street, just kind of around the corner. Is this for both of those locations?
No, we actually closed down, we're actually closing down one because they're gonna build up a condo, high-rise condo, so we're being kicked out.
Which one?
We're being kicked out of the 1354 First Avenue address. He was there since 1997. The current location. I'm sorry. So this is your new home.
Excuse me, I recognize you when she finishes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought she finished.
Okay. All right.
It's a shame. I like that.
Yes,
They're opening around the corner.
please identify yourself.
The lady was talking about La Villetta.
Please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Luigi Scarpelli, and I'm I used to own La Villetta and L'Angolo della Villetta, which we closed 2 months ago.
My parents are very sad.
Also sad.
Yeah.
Me too. So, yeah, so it has nothing to do with Nino though. That's why I was.
No, but so like there were two, there was like La Villetta and they're both closed?
Yes.
And so my question for this application, is this space taking both of those, Nino's taking both of those locations?
Neither. It's in the old Perigord space across the street.
Oh.
On 57 or 10, I think it's the number, but it's across the
Oh,
street.
because
Or sorry,
it's
405.
the address says 405.
Well, but it's directly across, it's on the north side of 52nd. La Villetta and L'Angolo on the south side of 52nd.
Right, but isn't
This is on the other
405 the south side?
No, it's the north
Oh,
side.
it's the north side, yeah.
Could you please identify yourself?
Oh, I'm Nicholas Ober, business partner with Luigi
So,
on
Nino-
La Terra, which is coming up on the list.
So Nino's is where Perigord used to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
struggling with that.
they're closed, yeah. it's
Yeah,
open.
and so, but there's gonna be a condos, like a high-rise condos going up there?
That I don't know.
That's, somebody said that?
No, where Nino's used to be.
Oh, okay. Cool, all right.
Do I hear any more comments? Any more questions? Do I hear a motion to recommend?
This would be an approval, right? Because it's SLA.
No, this is SLA, it's not an approval, it's a
No
recommendation.
Yeah,
For
recommendation
approval.
of no, or I thought it was no objection.
Oh, no objection.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
getting,
well,
it's
recommendation.
it's getting late.
No recommendation.
No objection?
No objection.
I second.
Okay.
I guess I.
Okay, so we have a resolution of no objection for a new application and temporary retail permit for an on-premises liquor license for 1988 Saints LLC doing business as Nino's Ristorante at 405 East 52nd Street. Whereas Ellen Lee, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24, 2025. CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises and license application process. Whereas the establishment proposes to operate as a restaurant. Whereas the establishment's proposed hours of operation are 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The committee doesn't wish to include any stipulations. There's no public comment received. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against. Therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to presentation made by the representative at the meeting of the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee held on April 24, 2025, and pursuant to all of the considerations, CB6 has no objection for the application, so long as the applicant adheres to all the representations made by the representative of the committee.
Hear no objections from the committee?
No objection.
Unanimous?
Not to unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry to keep you so late.
Good night. Thank you.
Okay, I guess the next one is 25.
Yes.
Yes. New application and temporary retail permit for on-premises liquor license for M4 Gramercy Park Hotel LLC, M4 Gramercy Park Hotel Tenant LLC, MCR Property Management LLC, doing business as to be determined at 2 Lexington Avenue. And I'd like to take this in conjunction with number 32. New application and temporary retail permit for on-premises liquor license for 52 Gramercy Park, New York, incorporated doing business as to be determined at 2 Lexington Avenue. So this is the same building with 2 different establishments. Apparently mutually owned, and I believe we have. Okay, we have received in the office an email from a concerned citizen. Hi, I'm a tenant at 1 Lexington Avenue across from Gramercy Park Hotel. I'm writing to express my concern for the proposed relicensing of the hotel to serve liquor, particularly in a rooftop bar. Property owner MCR Property Management has already applied for an exemption to the setback law regarding liquor licenses, citing grandfathering, and their liquor license is currently pending with the New York State Liquor Authority. Yes, we know that. The last iteration of the bar had a significant negative effect on quality of life around the park. Its late hours and loud thumping bass of its DJ parties resulted in frequent 311 calls. Tenants taking it upon themselves to cross the street and interact with desk clerks. Threats and a notable cooling of relations between the 2 properties. The new owner is proposing not only to reopen the Rose Bar and hotel restaurant on the ground floor and the aforementioned rooftop bar, but also to open a new underground event space. These additional bars and party rooms will result in many more queue of quality of life offenses and will be much harder to rein in after they have opened than now. I urge Community Board 6 to fight the stipulations as to closing hours and to hold a public hearing about the hotel's liquor licensing, which we're doing, so the neighborhood tenants can be kept informed. Yours, Caitlin Macy. Now, let me see. I had a question about that. Okay. Are there representatives for the legal establishments?
Yes,
Okay, you are.
my name is Donald Bernstein. I'm the attorney for Island Norse, MCR Development, which is the new one.
Okay. Do I hear any comments from members of the public?
Somebody.
Okay, go, sir.
Sean Brady from the Gramercy Park Block Association. I'll be brief because we've been
Yeah.
involved here for a while, but I also want to, no problem. You've seen me on the video. This is my first meeting that I've come to since COVID, but I used to be a regular attendee in person at these meetings. And people, the board has mostly turned over since then. So you've seen me in the last, few months supporting some of the neighborhood gems.
Yep.
We have Odita, Castle Mono.
Yes.
Yes.
The sidewalk cafe licensing has given us an opportunity to have showers and parades. That really make our community.
Could you speak up to make sure everybody
Sure,
on
sorry.
Zoom can hear you too?
Yeah. So in the past, we've been fighting all kinds of problems at various bars, all up and down Third Avenue, especially as kind of Murrayville Nightlife Association was kind of moving into the Gramercy Park neighborhood. And I think we worked really well with this committee to pick and choose our battles. We're not NIMBYs, right? But we're not pushovers either. So we really support and go back for the places that are going to help our neighborhood. And we fought very hard against the ones that were going to be detrimental to our neighborhood. The Gramercy Park Hotel has been a real loss to the neighborhood since it closed down. It was more than just a place for us to go and meet neighbors. It was kind of the town square of Gramercy Park. And its owners were challenging. And I actually spoke out several times against the problems that our previous owners brought to the neighborhood. But on the other hand, we came out swinging in favor of the liquor license for Myelina, which was a wonderful establishment.
It was.
Really, we really suffered when we lost that. And so what we found now is we're really happy that it's reopening in any form. At this point, considering, the blank space in the heart of our neighborhood, we'd be happy to take back the prior owners, right? But fortunately, we don't have to even make that choice. Because what we're looking at is a set of owners that really respect the most important value of our community, which is history. And the new owners of the hotel are the same ones, if you're familiar with the TWA Hotel, that lovingly restored something that was really something of value to the whole New York community and to the nation as a whole. And we expect and have some evidence already that they'll be doing that with the hotel. And so on behalf of the Gramercy Park Block Association, I want to say we strongly support the liquor licenses for the hotel for two reasons. One, because we'll be benefiting from them directly. But two, we really want this hotel to be successful and not to have some of the problems that put the previous hotel out of business and left a big blank space in our community.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So I have a question for you. Oh, go ahead, John. You have your hand up first. I was just gonna say, what do you say about the comment that was made by the?
Wait.
Okay.
I was still waiting for you. Ma'am, did you have something to say?
Yes,
Yeah.
Could you come forward, name yourself and talk loud?
I feel so bad for you guys sitting here and you're so seriously taking up all these issues. It's very impressive. And as I'm sitting here,
May we know your name?
I'm Arlene Harrison. I've been head of the Gramercy Park Block Association for 35 years, but head of the community since the 70s. And we couldn't be more, as I'm sitting here, first I'm taking away sentences. I said, these people have to go home. Then I started taking away paragraphs because I said, these people they're gonna die during this tonight. You can't breathe in here. So anyhow, I had a statement, I'm gonna zip it through so I don't go near 3 minutes. Okay, from the community. So this hotel for decades has been our town center, as he said. With the pandemic closing it down, we really lost a place to gather, and a lot of people actually moved away from Gramercy Park during that time. But then we got this gift, this Tyler Moss, and MCR, that's his company, have prioritized the quality of life of our neighbors from the day one, okay? They've shown such deep respect for our history, but also for our neighbors' quality of life. Have you ever heard of a renovation? This one has gone on for over 1.5 years, where we have not had one email and one complaint. And the other guys, the last 2 guys for that hotel, we have bins of documents. You got 1 letter. We have, and that woman who wrote that letter is someone I know well. Her apartment is right on the top of the facing. And actually, we gave a letter from her because she was working with us to MCR, and that's under control now. So just to let you know. So what I want to say that we're here enthusiastically. This application and Tyler and his team have honored our past, respected our present, and are investing in our future. The Gramercy Park Hotel has always been an important part of the fabric of our community, and thanks to these guys, this team, it will be again. We urge you to support this application, not just for the hotel, but for the continued vitality of the neighborhood and the city we all love. With deep appreciation, we really are impressed with you guys. It's just great to meet you. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much.
Because we used to come to the community board a lot when the last 2 guys were headed the hotel. But we don't know, this is a newer group.
Yeah.
You guys are
New
amazing.
blood.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
We could be more enthusiastic.
Thank you.
You were asking, what, if I had some thoughts on the complaints. So I was also complaining about the very same thing that the woman was complaining about in the email. The big issue, most of what was going on in the hotel, it was a lively hotel, which was
Yeah,
fine.
I know.
It's all inside,
I went
right? So it's not
several
like,
times.
we didn't have crowds spilling out onto the sidewalk like we have on 3rd Avenue. We didn't have like party goers, kind of like Lower East Side, walking up and down. Those are the issues that affected our quality of life. The one big issue that we did have was when they had weddings on the rooftop.
Uh-huh.
In the summer, they had a collapsible or, extendable rooftop. But they would, of course, they would leave it open because it was a big night. It was somebody's wedding. It was a beautiful night like tonight. It was, stuffy inside like it is here. And so they couldn't say no. They'd leave it open. They had the DJ, they had pounding music. And so I myself personally probably put in 2311 calls about their raging music.
Yeah.
If they closed the rooftop, you didn't hear anything.
Wow.
So weddings were going on in the winter time, but we just never heard them. It was only a problem in the summer. And so from what we understand, talking to Tyler, their plan is to fully enclose the roof. So this issue will just not exist.
Using this roller cover, is that what
It
it's
was a
called?
roller coaster, but I think they can describe to you what they're planning to.
They tell you about that.
Okay, all right, I think we've heard members of the community, we've read the letter. Do you have any comments from committee over here?
Yeah, I have a comment that's just sort of a response when you talk about this being a center of the community. Speaking as a member, I joined the community board because of the lack of open space in our community. When you talk about this being the center of your community, you have a locked park, like literally across the street. And so I find it a little ironic that the park is not the center of your community. So just saying.
That's why we don't want to allow any alcohol.
I don't allow any eating or anything in the park.
Whatever, you don't allow any people in the park that don't have a key. So, which is a little bit of a sore point for somebody who served on the land use and parks committee and transportation committee previously. So I think maybe you want to, I appreciate your comments. It helps inform my vote, but thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
John.
So you were all ready to make a presentation?
I was gonna give you some information, but I don't think it's necessary. I think the support from the Block Association is more convincing than anything I can say. I do want to say, as Noreen said, that having one letter from all those years of operators who have some issues is pretty good. The prior owners, Stephen Greenberg, A.B. Rosen, Ian Schrager, very different. They, other than Ian, Stephen Greenberg, A.B. Rosen, they're not hotel operators. Tyler has, I think, the third largest hotel business in the country.
Amazing.
TWA Hotel, the Highline
I've been to
Hotel.
TWA.
He's a hotel operator.
Yeah.
The other, Stephen Greenberg was a bar guy. He had 235th.
Yeah.
A.B. Rosen's in the
Yeah, we
real
know.
estate business. It's very, very different. And I think you have to just keep in mind,
Mm.
when you're operating a hotel and you've got a rooftop where you got guests right below you paying $1,000 a night, whatever it is for a hotel room. The last thing, before you hear from the neighbor across the street, you don't want the guy that's paying, or the woman that's paying that for a room to be the first one to complain. So it's a very different style, very different.
I was very impressed that you included in our material the Acustalog report.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the only thing I can say about that is we're aware that there's an environmental impact to operating a hotel with this magnitude. So we did want to do that study.
Yeah.
Alan Firestein of Acustalog is the premier acoustician in the city. He's known very well by the SLA. He sometimes represents community groups when places getting out of hand, out of control. So he did that study and he gave us some recommendations and makes us feel very comfortable about what we do.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to Ann's point, I think I'll allow for a little rhetorical excess, you know, in terms of the center of the community. But on a serious note, I mean, I'm inclined to support this, but I think we should name in the resolution the members of the community who came in support and say, you know, these people stood up,
Right.
you know, and there were concerns expressed and we're just gonna name them.
But
And so, yeah, but that's good and bad. I mean, that's good that we're naming you, but also that, you know, if anything comes up, people know who to contact.
But-
They won't just yell at us.
No, it's.
And I would also say, because I also was impressed by the, whatever, the
Professional.
professional, like the acoustic, whatever the name of the company is. But I thought that we should put a stipulation in that it's approved, like assuming that the recommendations from that report are followed. Right?
Is that an issue? Okay.
So we would have two stipulations. One is recognizing the members of the community, citing the members of the community, and then stipulating the.
Okay.
Which I actually did put the name in, right?
Do I hear a motion
Motion to approve.
to approve both? Item 26, new application temporary retail permit for Info Grammar Park
25.
LLC.
Number 25.
Sorry, 25 and
32.
number 32. Sorry. Where is it?
Page, you have,
Was that page?
yes,
You wanna say something?
did you want to say something, Paige?
No, I second it.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't think.
Okay.
Say. Motion to
Thanks,
approve.
Paige.
Okay, can we put both of these in the resolution? These are two different legal entities.
Yes.
Do we know what's the restaurant gonna be called, on the ground floor?
Not quite sure.
Okay,
That's a funny
I'm talking to
name.
some amazing.
yeah,
That's how to be like it.
I hear
Nobody else got
from
that.
some other friends of mine that are in your business.
Okay, you wanna,
So we're
Brian,
putting them together or?
Brian, what you can do, the combo reso that we were gonna do for the liquor licenses.
Yeah.
We can do one to make a copy of it, do one of those, they're already on.
Right.
okay,
When is when do you plan to open?
A little under a year.
Yeah. Are you keeping the other side kind of the way it was, or gonna just totally do something different? Where the Rose Bar was.
We're gonna, bring the Rose Bar back.
We're gonna take it.
Yeah, it was fun.
This construction is going so amazingly that the community did a Valentine trip, a party for the workers,
Yeah,
for the 40 workers.
that's special.
Made lunch for the
That's
workers.
special.
Who ever heard of such a?
Yeah, no, that's great. You just bring back Brian Newman too, please.
Okay.
He's good.
Okay. All right. We have a resolution of no objection for new applications and temporary retail permits for on-premises liquor licenses for the following applicants: M4 Gramercy Park Hotel LLC, M4 Gramercy Park Hotel Tenant LLC, MCR Property Management LLC, doing business as to be determined at 2 Lexington Avenue, and 52 Gramercy Park North Inc., doing business as to be determined at 2 Lexington Avenue. Whereas the Gramercy Park Block Association had comments in support.
And the names are.
Do we want to say Arlene? Harrison?
Arlene, what's your last name?
Arlene Harrison.
Harrison. Right?
Still more.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Okay, so whereas Arlene Harrison, president of the Gramercy Park Block Association, Sean Brady, trustee, is that correct, trustee?
No,
Or-
trustee emeritus.
Oh, trustee
But I'm
emeritus.
still in charge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee emeritus.
He's the mayor.
You're the mayor of Gramercy Park.
And Mr. Brady, you're a trustee or no?
A member of the.
Member, okay.
He's chairman of my quality of life committee. And his many focuses is liquor licensing.
Yeah, I know, you've been on, I remember you coming on for the other ones you mentioned.
Howard was chair of this.
Yeah.
Right.
We were there all the time.
Yeah?
He certainly moved along.
There are a wave of bars that we're trying to open here now at the same time.
Saturation.
Works with community, we're now, I mean, one of the reasons we don't hear people trying to open these bars regularly every month anymore is because that worked out.
Yeah, they were afraid.
Yeah.
And landlords take these to them because they know that they won't get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the SLA, we actually brought the community to the SLA to make our
Wow.
case. Because at some earlier levels, they denied everything we wanted. So we got advance and we went to the SLA.
Wow.
They reversed everybody.
Jeez.
We only have
Wow.
resolutions like is there any objection? Okay, then it's passed unanimously. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Would we like to add any other whereas clauses? To this? Resolution?
Did we mention the acoustic?
Yes, the whereas.
This resolution will just be for these two applicants.
The applicants. Stated. Recommendations. Who's? Four. Anything else or is that? Okay. And then just our usual. Therefore. So therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to the presentation made by the representatives at the meeting of the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee held on April 24th, 2025, and pursuant to all other considerations, CB6 has no objections to the applications, so long as the applicant adheres to all the representations made by the representatives to the committee. And our standard disclaimer, that if there's anything that differs between the presentation and the SLA application, there's something. So.
We'll still do that. So we have the resolution of non-objective.
No objection.
No objection, and seeing no objections, this passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for hanging out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go have a
We're
drink.
honored for the special hotel.
Oh, I can't, we want.
We'll meet you there.
We want invitation.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Can't wait to have you there.
Thank you, thank you.
First drink is on me.
Okay. I'll say Tyler said.
That is so right.
Can't accept it. No,
Not even,
sorry.
it's like $15, which a drink there is probably more.
Those are the old days.
Okay, shall we move on? Let's get out of
Thank
here.
you very much. Have a
We're
nice.
not drinking the well liquor.
Okay.
It's a real.
Item 26 has been laid over till the next meeting.
Yeah.
Item 27 has been laid over till the next meeting. Item 28. New application and temporary retail permit for on-premises liquor license for Ren YC 34 Inc. Doing business as to be determined at 206 East 34th Street.
I love it.
Hello. Here, thank you. Appreciate your patience. Do we have any comments from any members of the community regarding this application? No. Okay. Do we have any comments from any committee member?
It's weird.
I have a comment.
I have a comment. I just wonder where it is, like,
Yeah, which one?
where is 206?
Yeah.
No, this is, hello, excuse me, I'm the applicant's representative, Terrence Flynn, his attorney. The landlord had given us 206 East as the address, but this building has multiple addresses. I believe the proper address should be 208 because we are buying the business from AK Cafe, DBA Babylon.
Oh.
And they are at 208. So this should be 208 East 34th Street.
206, but no, it's 206.
Well, the SLA license is in 208, so I believe it should be 208 is the address. It should mirror. I'll get clarification tomorrow for you because I found this out tonight. But 208 is the address of AKA Cafe, and that's the business that we're buying and taking transfer of that license.
Oh, what's it going to be?
It's going to be another restaurant. Yeah, restaurant with bar.
A Mediterranean restaurant.
You have any idea what it's gonna be called? You're not using Babylon again, are you?
Oh, no.
I have no questions or issues. Do I
Excited
hear-
about it.
Yeah,
My only thing was
thank you.
that
We-
no.
We look forward to it.
Sir?
That there was a no on no outreach to upstairs residents. But like this is it's sort of a continuance.
Yeah, I know Babylon's
I
been
don't
there
think
for
it-
years.
And I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah, and it's down the block from the cannabis shop, which we were talking about.
Exactly.
All
Oh,
right.
so leads to the problem.
So are you planning on using that outside space
Not outdoor seating, no.
in the back? Is
No,
there outside-
we're gonna have no outdoor area is involved in this application.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion of no objection? Second?
Second.
Okay.
All right, so we have a resolution of no objection for a new application and temporary retail permit and on-premises liquor license for Mira NYC 34 Inc., doing business is to be determined at either 206 or 208. We'll determine that later. East 34th Street. Whereas Haki Actonese Principal and Terrence Flynn Jr., Attorney, agreed before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the license application process. Whereas the establishment proposes to operate as a restaurant and bar, whereas the establishment's proposed hours of operation are Mondays, 2 p.m. to 3 a.m., Tuesdays, also 2 p.m. to 3 a.m., Wednesdays, the same, Thursdays, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m., Fridays, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. as well, Saturdays, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m., and Sundays, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Are those the correct hours?
Those are the correct hours, sir.
Thank you. Does the committee wish to include any stipulations or public comment? There was no public comment. Whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against. Therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to the presentation made by the representatives at the meeting of the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee held on April 24th, 2025, pursuant to all other considerations, CB6 has no objection to the application, so long as the applicant adheres to all the representations made by the representatives to the committee. And if there's anything that differs between the SLA application and the presentation, then we are the SLA.
Exactly.
So that's it.
Thank you.
No objection to the resolution?
That's a good question.
Okay,
No objection.
unanimous.
Thank you very much. Have a very nice evening.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay,
What's the other again?
29 has been laid over to the next meeting. 30, new application temporary retail permit for wine, beer, and cider license for Don Park Corporation doing business as to be determined at 529 Second Avenue. Is there a representative here?
Yes, Robert Hull, Michael Kelly's office, representing the client.
Thank you. Do I hear any comments or questions from members of the community? Hearing none, do I hear any comments or questions from members of our committee? And
Yeah,
nothing?
question, this is the Dawn one, Dawn Park?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's some questions about the back usage of the back. Is that something that's going to be happening?
Yes,
And the liquor licenses for the back space as well?
yes, we were looking to have a backyard.
Okay, and how about noise issues with your community? Have you asked your neighbors about this?
I can talk to that. I believe we have spoken to the neighbors. Actually, oh, yes. So, sorry, normally I read a little thing. So, with this, I'm just going to do a quick presentation for you so it clears some things up.
Thank you.
This is a Tavern Wine application for Don Park Corp. DBA Maury Coffee. We're located at 529 2nd Avenue between East 29th Street and East 30th Street. The space used to be a custom frame shop. We are a coffee tea shop also selling croissants, scones, and bread. Our hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We have 2 tables and 9 seats inside. We have 9 tables and 36 seats in the yard. The applicant owns the building and her brother, who is also the manager, lives upstairs. The other 2 apartments are not rented, but will probably be occupied by the family members. The yard abuts a city park on 2 sides, south and the rear, and to the right is a commercial building occupied by, and my apologies if I say this incorrectly, Falte Irish Whiskey Bar. There's no residential apartments abutting the yard. So I hope that does clear some stuff up for you.
Well, it kind of does, except when you look at the pictures of the backyard, it does kind of look like it backs to a space, like townhouses on the back space. Not the schematic, but the actual pictures.
Is there a question?
Let's see if I can.
It's right here.
Do we have Google Earth?
Yeah, but like, cause you have a backspace too, right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yes, that's the yard.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, I mean, my understanding is that the complaints that we heard, the complaints, singular, that we heard from the community, was about noise from the backyard.
Okay. Well, I'll gladly talk to the owner and tell them because we always tell them to do outreach to the neighbors and everybody. So I will tell them to do more outreach, and we can definitely have them talk about the backyard and the best way to help any neighbors that are in the area fix those issues that were done by the previous owner. Because obviously they're coming into this new space and they're not going to want to make anybody upset or make any members of the community upset that they're being too loud. So I'd gladly tell them to talk to more of the neighbors and get a better feel and see what some of the issues were with the previous licensee, how we can fix those so we don't have those issues.
But the name is gonna remain the same, right? It's gonna be Maury still?
Maury Coffee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then how late does it stay open?
Till 7 p.m.
Yeah.
No, this is.
So it's not like we're going to be outside loud and obnoxious late.
Yeah, and you're abutting a playground, and
Yeah.
that's not the
Yeah.
Oh my
quietest
God, that's
place.
gonna be way louder.
Yeah, they're gonna be disturbing coffee people.
Seriously.
People drinking coffee might start complaining soon after a while.
Okay, do I hear a motion of no objection?
No objection.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, Paige got me.
Let Paige
beat me
have
to
it.
it.
Okay.
Like, give it to Paige.
The page,
Okay. So we have a resolution, no objection for a new application and temporary retail permit for a wine, beer and cider license for Don Parkforth doing business as Maury Coffee.
Yeah.
At 540 Main Street. Whereas Robert Hall, representative, and Michael Kelly, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises in the license application process. Whereas the establishment proposes to operate, or I should say operates, as a coffee shop and tavern. Is that what you said? And as discussed, the establishment hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. There are no stipulations. There's no public comment. No one actually spoke in support or opposition to this particular applicant. Therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to the presentation made by the representatives at the meeting of the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of the Board 6 held on April 24th, 2025, and pursuant to all other considerations, CB6 has no objection.
24th.
Yeah, still the 20, by a little bit.
It's still the 24th.
To the application,
It's an hour and a half, yeah.
as long as the applicant is all the representatives, by the representatives to the committee. And are still.
Do I hear any objections to this resolution?
No objection.
Hearing none. It's unanimously passed. All
Hi.
right, thank you very much, sir. Good luck.
Thank you. Everybody have a great night.
Thank you.
We'll be in for coffee.
Yeah, go in for coffee. They'll be happy to have you.
Okay. Moving on to item number 31, new application and temporary retail permit for on-premises liquor license for 10 GC Hospitality LLC doing business as To be determined at 155 East 44th Street, 11th floor, also known as 708 3rd Avenue. Any comments from members of the community? Is there a representative here?
Yes, that's mine.
Mr.
My
Burgundy?
client's
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Comments from members of the community? Any comments from members of the committee?
This is 155 East 44th? Right? Is that like? Is it a upstairs?
It's a commercial
Oh, he's gonna
building.
tell us about it. Okay.
It's an office building. The applicant owns and manages the building, and they're putting a restaurant on the 11th floor. Most of that, about half of that floor will be a restaurant, there'll be some event space, totally indoors, the building is entirely commercial. They'll close by midnight.
But it's a private club, right?
No, there'll be a restaurant open to the
Oh,
public.
who's the restaurateur?
The restaurateur is a group that currently has PDT on St. Mark's Place. And they're in the process of opening another restaurant at 162 West Fourth Street. It's under construction. It's not open.
They also own several restaurants in Tribeca and LA.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there may be,
Oh, are these pictures of what it's gonna kind of
That's
be?
what it looks like, yeah.
Oh my God,
It's
look at that.
current. It's actually built out.
it's lovely, but there may be an issue with the application, just in that, I think it did say it was like a private club.
No, it's not.
Not this one.
Well, maybe there was just a,
An error on the application.
yeah.
Time to go check it out.
Fully open to the public.
The rooftop of the Gramercy, the rooftop of the Gramercy Hotel
Oh,
is a member.
That's a member site. That's all right. Thank you, Brian.
Oh, right.
Okay, do I hear a motion of no objection?
You do.
Adopt the
I make
resolution.
that motion.
Okay, so who's the second on this?
John.
Oh,
Okay. All right, let's go to the resolution.
Poor man waited all that time.
okay, so we have a resolution of no objection for a new application and temporary retail permit for an on-premises liquor license for 10GC Hospitality LLC. Doing business is to be determined, at 155 East 44th Street, 11th floor, and 708, also known as 708 Third Avenue. Whereas Donald Bernstein, attorney, Henry Henderson, representative, Amy Dudlicka, representative, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24th, 2025, CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises and license application process. Whereas the establishment proposes to operate as a restaurant. Whereas the establishment's proposed hours of operation are 4 p.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. Is that correct? That is it. The committee doesn't have any stipulations, no public comments, whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against. Therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to the presentation made by the representatives at the meeting of the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee held on April 24th, 2025, and pursuant to all the consideration, CB6 has no objection to the application, so long as the applicant adheres to all the representations made by the representative, excuse me, to the committee.
Do I hear
Objection.
no objection?
No objection. Motion.
Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks
you.
for hanging out.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Looking forward to going and visiting.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's gonna be great.
What's the name of the restaurant?
They haven't decided yet. They have several restaurants downtown with Marc Forgione and several in LA with Ludo Lefebvre and
Marc Forgione,
So
yes.
it's gonna be good.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
yes.
so the name is still up in the air, but it's gonna be great.
Wow.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're coming.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Item 32 has already been passed. Item 33, last but not least, new application and temporary retail permit for on-premises liquor license for Mola Restaurant LLC doing business as La Terra at 987
Poor guy.
First Avenue. Their representative.
So loud, you just got on the agenda, really.
We just made the agenda, that's why you're late. Any,
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
any-
US, we can all blame it on the postal service.
yeah,
Absolutely.
Anyway, are there any comments from members of the community? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the committee?
Yes, I will just say that my mother, who lives on the block and went to La Villetta all the time and was so sad when it closed. I was texting her, said, oh, they're opening up down the block.
I'm sorry, I'm curious.
Naomi Von Simpson.
What's that?
Yeah, Naomi and Ernie, I think they were regulars. And, my only question is, why are you not keeping the La Villetta? Because I know there were so many community members that, like, they're not gonna know you guys are the same people.
Yeah. Well, why we don't, well, my name is Luigi, again, we, I had enough with the landlord. The lease was over.
Yes, I heard. They're.
And, we couldn't make an agreement. He had to tell me the lease for the pizzeria because the landlord was Nick Malak and
Yeah.
disconnecting my band and, so I'm bringing all the people that were working with me to the new place. And, life goes on.
Well, we're gonna have to.
Well,
go
but
check
not
it
the
out.
name.
Well, what about the brand? I mean, it's a
Well,
brand.
Yeah.
because the things that I had two previous business partners.
Oh,
And they're keeping them. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I will spread the word
yeah.
that you are the new.
It's the Grimaldi
Yes,
story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you, though.
yeah.
Okay,
No,
We were supposed-
remember when Naomi and Ernie come in.
Yes, I know exactly.
You know who they
I
are,
was
right?
telling my asking Nick, I'm wondering who the parents are. because
They're
you
regulars.
mentioned-
They were always regulars.
yeah. Anyway, the only question I have, you're supposed to, you're gonna be open to about 10:30? And
Yes.
you have opening windows on the sidewalk?
It's,
they're
it's for the
like
summer.
folding
Yeah,
doors,
They have to
yeah.
be closed at 10 o'clock, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Yes.
wanna make sure that.
Yes.
Do I hear a motion of no objection?
I gotta move on that one.
I'll second that.
Second that. Let's go to the resolution.
So we have a resolution of no objection for a new application and temporary retail permit for an on-premises liquor license for Mola Restaurant LLC, doing business as La Terra, at 987 First Avenue. Whereas Nicholas Holber, principal, and Luigi Scarpelli, principal, appeared before the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee of Manhattan Community Board 6 on April 24, 2025, CB6 having jurisdiction of the premises and license application process. Whereas the establishment proposes to operate as a restaurant, whereas the establishment proposed hours of operation are 11:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Oh. What? Yep. 7 days a week. There's no public comments, no stipulations, whereas no members of the community had any comments for or against. Therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to the presentation made by the representatives at the meeting of the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee held on April 24, 2025, and pursuant to all other considerations, CB6 has no objection to the application, so long as the applicant adheres to all the representations made by the representatives to the committee. Anything differently, or yes, nice.
No objection?
Second.
I mean, it was already.
No,
no
yeah,
objection.
no objection.
Okay, passes unanimously. General, thank you for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
For
much.
hanging in
I'm
there.
worried about you, I'm worried about my dog.
Oh, yeah, they gotta go pee.
Oh,
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Be just like me.
Thank you for your
Yeah,
time and for your thought.
Okay,
thank you.
item 34 was a discussion of the New York State Office of Cannabis Management's proposal to change and ease proximity restrictions for retail dispensaries under public convenience advantageous standards. We will be discussing that at the May 13th special meeting. Now, I do have about a half hour of chair report here.
Midnight, right?
Yeah.
No, I think we've had enough. I've had enough. Thank you, everybody, for staying with it.
Yes.
And meeting is. Oh,
Second.
ask for a motion to adjourn.
Sure.
No objection to adjourn the meeting, at 10:32.
Yes, we do have a member of the public, Senator Foley, like to speak.
Mr. Foley, you have 3 minutes or less. You want to go home?
I understand. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Thanks for, I didn't know when to bring up new business. Is this an appropriate time to talk about, an issue that I'm having relating to, Sidewalk Cafe?
What's the general issue with sidewalk cafes?
It's unlicensed and it's violating, it's violating the guidelines regarding, the clearance, 8 feet clearance, and it's also unlicensed. There's no valid license for this location.
Which establishment are you talking to about?
This is an establishment called Diner 24. It's on 22nd Street and 3rd Avenue. It's 283. You can pull it up on Google Maps. I know you guys use it a lot, Google Maps, because I've been listening and watching the whole call. If you look at 283 3rd Avenue.
Someone else has complained about that, and so we are already on it.
That's a
So-
service issue though, right? Like-
It's multiple issues. First and foremost, they don't have a license to operate a sidewalk cafe at all. And if you look at the Google Maps, they have about 15 tables on one side of the restaurant and several high chairs on the other side of the restaurant. But they have no license to operate a sidewalk cafe. Second, they are not providing 8 feet of clearance. In fact, in some cases, it's 3 feet or less of clearance between the sidewalk cafe and the tree wells. There's almost no room to walk by. And then third, yes, their servers are using the sidewalk to serve food, to bus tables and everything like that. We've made over, if you can look on Open Data NYC, there's over 70 complaints filed to 311 over the past 1 year. This restaurant's been open 1 year, and there's over 70 complaints filed to 311, and yet this illegal, unlicensed setup persists, and the DOT has done nothing about it. Department of Sanitation has written some tickets, DOT has written some tickets, but this unlicensed sidewalk cafe is still here, and there's still no clearance.
I mean, we're not.
First of all, I think you've made your point. We will take this under advisement. It sounds like
It sounds like a service.
We're looking into it.
Yeah.
This has already been, I was just made aware of it today, so, but my staff is looking into it, and we will get to the bottom of it. Because if they're operating a sidewalk cafe illegally, then we need to remedy that.
Right, and especially out of legal
So far out of
limits.
compliance, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
Mr.
for
Foley.
bringing that to our attention.
Thank you guys for your service. I really appreciate it. You've done a great job tonight, and it was really great listening to how much you care and watching you guys look at the architectural drawings. It's amazing work you're doing. Thank you very much.
Holy moly, you have no idea how much time we spent before we got here. Yes, we did.
Yeah, we already adjourned.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. So I think this is about the longest meeting